This will be episode 154, cycle 2651, and onward. I do a bunch of house cleanup, so we'll only get one episode in today. Thankfully, though, for me, that's actually kind of a good thing because I have, with this one, 5 episodes get uploaded. Oh boy. Thankfully, 150 is already up. So technically, there's only 4 now. So 151, 2, 3, and 4. So you guys on YouTube, you'll be eating good next week, no problem. I was going to do some Command early on, but I realized I needed to do a bunch of cleanup and get this place a little bit more reasonable. Which, it happens. Oh, too many water bottles laying around. It's mostly because I have like, what, 2 to 3 while streaming, and then it's like, half the time I only bring down 1 or 2 every day, and then it just slowly piles up, and you're like, well, I use some of them for watering plants, but that's about it, and the rest have to go out. Okay. ONI. Load. Please? Oh dear. Taking a while again. I might need to start like stripping certain planets and then just minimizing the amount of bloat that we have to worry about. Like weirdly enough, in testing, I removed all the creatures. So all pips, everything in a test world, and we only gained 1/10 of a frame. Like it's still bad. So I'm like, okay, yeah, we need to like organize the gases. Probably vacuum out most of the worlds besides home base, and then go from there. To be honest, it's probably just the steam. There's so much mass in the steam of gases that the game has to calculate. Like, it really doesn't like high-end gas values that are not one tile. The unlaggiest thing in my base is probably the nuclear waste here because it doesn't move, it doesn't have any interactions, and it has no problem. I also really need to vent. I've been thinking on ways to do it. I still don't fully know if it'll be possible to do it. Some serious changes are moving the glass forge, because the glass forge is kind of the thing. Way. Also, audio should turn soon. I'm almost thinking that we just redirect another pipe out the top. One there, and then rock. Now, the problem is we can't get in here. Not safe. Okay? Like my CO2 in there is completely sealed off, so eventually we will be able to get in because I will be adding this section to the CO2 chamber. Actually overproduced more gas. But I will need to put one here. Here? Yep. 1, 2. still wondering how we're going to pull this off. This entire area needs to be completely redone. And then I can incorporate it into the ethanol distiller so we can continue to get rid of all the lumber that we have laying around. Because, well, to be honest, yeah, we have too much. Real quick. Game, I did not hit the motherfucker. I hate when it does this. When it's lagging so badly. 1 second. We have debug on because we need it in case of an catastrophic bug happening. That way we can keep a log on it. Problem is when the game lags and you go to delete like that, comma, it literally just goes, ah yes, I wish to get completely screwed over. Let's reload from autosave. Yes, for anyone else wondering for achievements, you cannot turn on your debug when you're in an actual map, which is fine. It's just that when you get this far into the game, sometimes whenever you're going to go remove text tiles from a machine, then when you press backspace, the game just goes, ah yes, you wish to have debug mode while you're selecting a text box. And it's like, what? No. What the hell? And then it does that. And it's really fucking stupid. Because it's like, congratulations, the entire thing needs to be reset. And it's really, really fucking dumb. And I get really annoyed by it because it shouldn't be a thing. But it is. And it's technically a bug because the only way that you should get debug on is if you're not selecting anything and then you hit it. That's it. But no. And also you can't really check logs without having debug tool at least enabled, so that way your logs get recorded so you can at least submit forms. So it's like, we kind of have to have that on. I just don't like it because I think this has happened 3 times over this playthrough where it's like, oh yeah, let me just type this in, and then it goes, oh, well, you hit backspace, and it's like, yeah, to delete some text in a text box. The text box is selected. The game goes, oh, but you wanted debug mode instead. It's like, no. Fuck you. Put that shit away. We are not using debug. The entire playthrough is done without it. We only have it specifically for the test worlds and for log acquisition. That's it. That's like, god damn it, Cly. It's your shit. There we go. Easiest way to check if your debug has been pressed at any point, even if you've never actually hit it. Check this. Trust me, it's really annoying. It shouldn't be a thing, but it is. Let everything run again. Now that we know what we're doing. I can speed this up faster. Boom. Gas pipe. Down around the hydrogen. The old connection network node. This will eventually go there. Steam will get outlet here. Boom, boom. Eventually we're going to need a mesh tile here in case of emergency. Here for the next one. And there. Pause real quick. And queue up all of the piping here. Go it like that. That's fine. I will admit that's so much CO2. Yes, that is an absurd amount of CO2. I don't really know what I'm gonna do with it all. Like, in full honesty, I really don't know what we're gonna do with all the CO2. This is mostly just for dirt production. I do need to improve how much ethanol we're actually burning off here too. I do find it kind of impressive how much material we actually have been getting from the Sixers, just excess. Obviously, it's not enough to run a base off of, but it's still an impressive amount of volume. $124 and falling. 8. Power line through here, perfect fine. I'll probably lower the entrance of the nuclear reactor and just put it on top of here. Well, obviously I want to clear this up. Blast the entire thing. There's no point in having it this much. Issue up here. A reason to have this much mass up here. Any of my liquid boxes big probably need to be shrunk down. Most of them now are pretty stabilized. Okay. Gene, can you fill your food container? So we can send you off where you need to be. Yeah, your food container. Pretty much all good on that front. Fellow's currently route. Okay, Gene, you can stay in there, and you may launch. Fire when ready. More irradiated steel. Yep, off he goes. Let me just double check what other achievements we have left to do. Obviously, Great Escape. Cosmic Archaeology. You know what? That's something we need to do. I'm almost tempted to put 2 tubes in here with 2 Photo collection labs just to get the thing done faster. So I could technically remove the water cooler, put a phone here, and that would count. Old one. Yeah, I could probably put Zhao and the other one in here. Let them go ham. Problem is it would drain the power just as fast. And this rocket does not have enough power generation to compensate. Because it's just a basic little CO2 rocket. I can't really fit anything else on it, so I think we'll just do more launches and get it over with. I get Joey, do your thing. Prototype, what are you going? What are you doing? The hell are you doing, sir? There. Only primary team is allowed to. Don't even think about it. Randomly came up to space to go to the bathroom. Don't do that. Definitely need to pour some coolant on that at some point. Yep. Okay, let's just use some basic water. I literally just need to cool it. So it's like, screw it, just throw water on it and just let it steam off. It's fine. 30 on it. Yep. Water with a... Wait. Radioactive contaminants in my water at this point. 45 germs. I think it's on the dupe, not the water. Actually, what I should do, cut the power real quick. Just for a split second. There we go. Oh no. Hey, did you get shot by a red bolt? Yeah, you did. Where? Safety's on. Where did you stand? Did you just like walk up here and just get shot in the face? Is that what happened? Mild confusion. I don't know how my dupe just got literally hit in the face by a red bolt. I've got them behind a safety wall. This can't reach them. The only place that they could stand is there. Ev. Mop. Thank you. Thank you, Deb. Really all I need him to do. Let's see. Item Slickster, farming. Absolutely not. Farming with plant murder now. Stomach building impaired. Animal lover. You have ranching with animal lover, but their bottom of stomach and building impaired. They're not terrible. They're not good either. And Bert with the generic, uncultured, unpracticed artist, which is actually really good. But they're only supplying. Oh, that also doesn't work really. Wait. What? Hold up. Why do I see Bellicus? I shouldn't be loading. We haven't been here yet. Game? What broke? No, it didn't break. It just... The planet appeared. Oh no, did one of my sparkle streakers teleport through the map, like through one of my rockets, and then it did it? Ah, that happened with the water world. Remember at the bottom left hand, my suit fell down here. When it fell through the rocket, it ended up spawning over here. So it was able to spawn, and actually spawned in the world. Great. I was really hoping we wouldn't touch gassy moves until the final bit, but it looks like the planet already just revealed itself automatically. God damn it. Well, I think ONI playthrough's gonna be lagging a little bit more. It's kind of expected. Shit. That's not good. It's like, wait, why is Pelicaz? Why is that planet showing up? We haven't visited yet. I've been actively avoiding going there. And it's just, congratulations, we can see it now. Thanks, game. Didn't need that. I'm just gonna put this Lickster here, though. Eventually, we will come back here with drones and dupes. Get the place actually sorted, but, yeah, shit. I did not want this place to reveal yet. Oh well. So be it. Hopefully it doesn't have too much of an impact. They've done a hell of a lot of upgrades to the gassy moves to make them less laggy, but I really don't trust them. We need them for the achievement, but that was one of the last achievements where I'm like, well, just wait, and then I don't have to worry about it. Problem. I already showed up. Crap. Also, quick. It must have been. It must have been. Who was the one that was trying to go to the bathroom, and I forced them not to. It was gaming. Yeah, I think it was Prototype. If I remember right. Yep. It's one of my dupes. One of them decided to go to the rocket and then not go to the rocket. I was like, what are you doing? Back to the regular toilets. Not allowed to be there. Probably just sparkle streaked his way and got teleported across the planet, so it got rendered in. Spot down here. No, doesn't look like it. That's the exact same kind of principle that happened with the water world, where my suit just appeared here. Unless it literally showed up. It's just like, crap. I did send rovers over to, like, be like, yes, technically speaking, we have now discovered it, but now I'm like, do I have to send someone over for the, gassy moves? I really don't want to. I really don't. Where are we leaking water? I think it's probably excess. It's gotta be excess steam. radio orders here. You need to seal this corner actually. Those two, then that one, and go back. Seal it up. That should eventually start turning into water. We need to come back here and start preparing everything. One, yes. Through. I need to start sending water is what I need to do. How much water do we have spare at the moment? That's the bigger question. We have one tank. Two tanks. I think I can send this big one at this point. Actually, what I should really do is just set up a automated override. Where do I want to put it? That's actually the bigger question. Where do we have space to put it? In theory, I could put it just well, I could just shove it here. Need an OR gate. Not like that. I need the button here. Yeah, that'll work. And then let's add a switch. Maximum priority. It won't take them maybe like 5 seconds to build this. And then I can override the excess water to vent it into or so my interplanetary launcher and then send it over. Take a. These guys need water. They need water badly, actually. Also need to redirect. This tank and this. We're not sending here. We're not sending nuclear waste here anymore. I need to get this output to this pipe, or at least this pipe. Yeah. How much material do we have? Oh, we have plenty. Okay, that's not a big deal. And neither of them have plumbing abilities. As such. We're just going to leak that out. I'm wondering where all the excess brine keeps coming from when I know that we don't have any brine ice around because we keep sweeping it up. Where are you coming from? Seriously, where's all this coming from? I keep wiping away all the brine. It's hot too, so problem. Gotta be bright as summer. Shoot. Sorry, Moisty. I need to borrow you for a second. I don't need the temperature transfer from in here coming in here. Bad. Like, it's really bullshit, needs to be fixed. Stop breaking my stuff. Bright ice bullcrap is really annoying. Should not be in here. You can see where that came from. That's from the original bright ice blob. Oh no! Hey, stay. The bathroom. See. Okay, good. Bathroom. See, what the fuck was that? Actual confusion there. He just went through. I don't even know at this point. What was that? Oh, moisty. Ugh. I think the worst part is I need to actually clean up this metal tile. It's gotta go away so we can drain all that water. Just gonna flood the system again. I'll wait until Moisty delivers it, then we'll delete this tile, then rebuild the tile, and then we... build it so you can move. You go there real quick and delete that. No. Okay. Should be all good now. Isolated. This needs to go away. Yep. Deep. Build that. I don't wear an atmosphere. There's one. Especially when my dupe is not moved that. They're going for food. This will be unreachable. We'll have to do some finagling to get that working. Thank you, Moisty. Get everything working. Just need them to bring me my suit. We're all good to go. It is really funny seeing the difference between a brand new dupe and a already existing. Pretty nuts. That. Still kind of wanted to get a suit dock for this one, because it's going to be kind of a nightmare to work around. But on the other hand, they're fast enough, it shouldn't be an issue. Also, these don't actually have any sort of material requirement. Alright, Thea, I know you're without a I know you're without a suit. Need refinement. There's a new bleachstone hopper. Needs to go there. $47 cycles, so that goes up again. 25. And permanency. Oh, you're active. Okay. I actually want to start pumping some of that water all the way out to the base. It is tempting. I mean, the base is self-cooled by super. So we could put whatever we wanted through the system and it would be okay for the most part. We are absolutely going to leak all of the crude though. I do think I need to add this tile. Or do this one. Okay, which should hopefully improve the amount of water production we're getting on the planet. I have to come back here soon. Need to do the 1-2 bump. This is mandatory at this point. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts. This has to be done at this point. Sucks, but I want to get the space station done. I also need to add the cooling, as well as obviously we're going to be doing a lot of the nuclear systems today. I need to make sure we get all the cooling loops done. Where is it? Plumbing. We are going to try utilizing these. Crossing our fingers that this works out. The refuel point should be 4 above. 4 tiles from the base. The actual point is here. Yep. Yep. This one actually needs to be moved. You point that way, you point that way. That way. You point that way. This one was, I lined it up exactly with this. Did. Actually, I don't like this. I really don't like this setup where it's like, I gotta use 2 for that and 2 for that. Obviously we don't have the power to run this the entire time. Who isn't? What? Hold up. Out of... No, you're not. We overfilled the water system? Oh no, the teleport is working too well. Shit. Well, you're getting a new bathroom then. For the time being. Needs to be done immediately. Screw the consequences. And that's an absolute utter waste of steel, but I could make more of it. The other one I can't. I'll be a tank now. Tank me now. Or Vidard pisses himself. Please build it. Vern made it. Had too much water going through the system. Which means teleporting water is probably too much at this point. And that is with this system running only at the top. No, Vinard. The bathroom was ready. The bathroom was ready. Dupe, why? Burn finished. You had time. God damn it. Well, now you have an extra bathroom. Wasn't completely needed. You have one now. Oh, you will once you build the dang thing. Pipe-wise, definitely need to do that. Right on those. Now we've got 3 extra. We have a 3rd extra bathroom. Wasn't needed, but now it is. So screw it. There you go. In case the water has a problem, you should be a lot better. We've not had any more injuries. Like. What? What? Hold the phone. What the fuck? My game glitched out. Is that what's going on? What? Odie, what did you break? Cly? What the fuck? We don't have dead tools on. We don't have anything else on. Just instantly deleted all of the material that's going together. What the fuck? Okay. I am restarting. For this episode specifically. I don't know what's going on. We're going back to main menu. I could just directly load. Let me turn on DevTools and then turn them all off again. And see what the fuck is going on. Boom. Boom. Okay. Do that one. Turn it off. Yeah, it was off. It was actually off. What the fuck? Okay. Test. It's still deleting everything. Clyde, what did you break? Like... Okay. We're gonna reload from cycle 2654. I'm gonna quit the desktop so we can figure out what the fuck is going on. We're not gonna save. What the hell? Like, it's totally broken. The QOL patch isn't even out yet. What the hell? I need those tiles for EXP, game. What the fuck? Restarting. God damn it. If I have to, I will go all the way back to the start of the episode. Cycle 2651. And we just do it again. I will leave this in the recording, just for you YouTube guys, but we're restarting this. Like, I don't know what the fuck they broke. Of course it bugs out. Of course. Damn it, Cly. God damn it, Cly Entertainment. Okay, game's restarting. Please don't explode. Come on. Come on. Lagging OBS a bit. We're rebooting ONI here. It totally just went, I'm gonna do some weird shit. And it's just like, that's not normal. Reset. Come on. There we go. Okay, ONI's rebooting. Yeah, I'll leave this in the recording just to prove that it happened. That way, if Cly ever sees this video, when it goes up on YouTube, I can be like, Cly, what is this? What happened? What broke here? Explain. Like, I demand an explanation and a proper bug report about what the fuck just happened. like how? I will never understand some of the bugs in Auction Not Included. I truly do not. Oh well. Game is currently booting. Should be back in the menu shortly. As very much a DevTools are not on. Why? What? Like, what is happening? How is this working? What the flying hell? Okay. It's back in. I'll load from the very first period. I'm gonna load up cycle. Let's see. I can either load from the autosave, or we can try loading from 2651. Because we can load from... Yeah, we could probably load from this one. That should be fine. Hopefully. You know what? First things first, let's load the autosave of 2654 and see if we can figure out what the problem is. Because if it's still showing that some of the DevTools are on when they're not, then I think that autosave is fucked. So we're gonna have to go back to We'll try yesterday's save. Because that should be fine. I just have no idea how, why, or what's going on with that. It's like, oh, the dig tool's on. I'm like, how? Checks game settings, not on. Checks debug tools, not on. Checks the debug itself, not on. Like, why? You broke your game. I have no idea how. That is really infuriating. Hopefully it's fine now. I'll have to double check the check mark and do all the other stuff. But that's very much a please tell me that this is not completely borked to hell. That's hoping it didn't just completely just break everything. Completely possible it did, and then we got to start over again. I think this is what, the third time? No, fourth time we've had this happen. One time was because of a black hole. One of the rovers got onto a massage chair. So that was fun. Another one was... Okay, yeah, those tiles are just gone. So we'll have to revert beyond that point. That's annoying. Let me double check to make sure that the DevTools... Okay, so they're off. We good? I have no idea what just happened. I'm gonna revert back a day. We'll go back to 2653. I really am thinking about going back to 2651 and just starting from there and hoping that the one duplicate that decided to go into the rocket doesn't accidentally discover the gassy moo planet again. Because the second that popped into my thing, we just immediately started getting bugs. And it's like, oh god, no, this is why we avoid that planet. The damn thing's an anomaly. Gassy moos are dangerous, man. I don't trust that planet at all. I never have. Gassy moos cause way too much lag and stuff just breaks after you discover it. You always want to save it for last. Even though it has a chlorine vent and I need it. It always has one, so possibly two. But, oh man, it just sucks having to go to that planet. Let's see if 1653 is okay. Nah, we'll literally just start over. Yes. The sad fact of being a content creator for here on Twitch for you guys in chat and for YouTube is knowing that I do have to restart sometimes where it's just like, shit broke. Well, we're going back then. Not too big of a deal, but definitely sucks. My best guess is the game thought that the debug tools were off, but somehow some of them were still left on in the back end, so it just completely broke. Oh. And the gassy moo planet is now gone. As I said, it's a fucking anomaly. Like, it's not on the list anymore. We've never been to it. I cannot view point void. Thank you. Yeah, no, that thing is evil. The second it shows up, it just instantly starts to cause problems. I swear. Damn you, Randy Random and Clay Entertainment. Why do you make an anomalous planet? I swear. Flat out one of the worst things. Okay, I did need Wasty to go there. I need to deconstruct this tile originally. Let me double check to make sure. All new summary, are we still good? Yes. Okay. And while they're dealing with that, I need to resume what I was doing here. Hey, Bubbles. Joined and heard you were breaking the game. More so, Somehow, one of my dupes decided to go into the rocket over here. So one of my dupes decided to go to the bathroom. He went all the way on up to space and was trying to get to this toilet. The second he went through this door, I had already ordered him not to. And he just apparently discovered the gassy moo planet on his own. Because apparently it teleported him from this door through the gassy moo planet and then back out this door. And in doing so, it caused him to discover the planet, and then everything broke. Because you're not supposed to be able to discover it until you send either just a rocket to float around it in orbit. And I'm pretty sure that's how that just went down. And the second that the gassy moo planet's discovered, everything went to shit. Possibly. You might be part freaking poke shell, but I really doubt it. The way that the game does work for placing of your rocket interiors, if I was to fully zoom out, like if I actually use the debug tools, there's actually an area off to the right here that has rockets in it. That is the actual rooms for each rocket. Every time you make a rocket module, this area here, this little chamber, is actually to the right of the map in the bottom right-hand corner. Whenever it's not being viewed, it's shrunk down. But the main thing is that each of these rocket modules is in little segments, and they only generate once you make a new rocket module. The problem is that there are some planets between this rocket module and wherever your rocket is. And sometimes the game cannot really calculate where your duplicate's standing, and saying duplicates can discover things when they remove the fog of war. They can just inadvertently drop items or pop into existence on other planets. It's actually how we ended up originally discovering the water world. By accident, was a dupe dropped their suit, and it appeared here in this corner. And when he did, the dupe went over to pick it up on the other map, but the game registered that he was standing here outside the range of neutronium. And then it unveiled this corner of this map, and then the entire planet was unveiled instantaneously. Thankfully, I sent a rover immediately over, so that way the game would actually register that we had discovered it without it completely breaking it. So, yeah, that happens. And it just happened with the gassy moo planet. And then everything broke because, for some reason, DevTools got turned on without actually being on. I even double-checked on the debug log, and it wasn't there. It's like, I just pulled everything up, and I'm like, where's the problem? Clay, what have you done? Why did my dupe teleport? What's going on? And it's just like the whole save went to shit. Thankfully, the planet is no longer identified, so we're safe. I don't like this planet. This is the only planet in the entire game I do despise, and the only reason being is gassy moos are not a fun thing to deal with. Main reason being is they are a flying monster, like just a flying critter in general, that can pathfind anywhere. And I do mean anywhere. The problem with that is the same issue that Paku have. So if you leave Paku alone inside of a large area, they can pathfind everywhere at once. And every time they move, they have to be recalculated. So they cause a lot of lag. That's why most Paku farms, if you're not running natural ones just like this setup, where it's just like that's the only area they can go to. Most of the time you'll find Paku farms are just one tile. Like say over here in Rudabo. Because they can no longer pathfind, so they can no longer get themselves stuck or cause any other issues. Notice how their pathfinding just doesn't exist. There's no white lines, no nothing. These guys have a tiny amount of it. But that's it. Gassy moos are flying creatures, so they can pathfind everywhere. Same with puffs. Actually, I have one here for demonstration. Let me do the navigation. This is what their navigation looks like. And there's no way to stop the gassy moos from spawning because they don't reproduce normally. So every time they move, the game has to calculate every single tile that they can traverse to and whether or not they can reach it. But the problem is with gassy moos, they come in every, 75 cycles? And they come in groups of like 3 to 5. So every single time that you get more gassy moos, you get more of this, which then causes exceptional lag. But you never really want to have a puffed out in space. You can have like 1 or 2 out in space, but eventually you need to get rid of them. I'm just kind of waiting until he runs into the Red Bull generator and dies again. But it's just, yeah, gassy moves are not a fun thing to deal with because of this pathfinding. It's also why I never use the rocket suits. So duplicants do actually have a rocket suits for like moving around and stuff. Should be stations. Yeah. So you've got your lead suit docks, about yay big for nuclear stuff. Your Atmos suit checkpoints. Yeah, these suits here. And then they have jet suit docks, which are jetpacks. The problem I have with jet suit docks is that they cause immense amount of lag. Because your dupes are capable of traversing everywhere. And I mean everywhere. It's not really worth it, to be honest. Jet suit docks have never been worth it. It's kind of sad too. Like, if they didn't cause so much lag, it would be somewhat usable, but then your base would still need to be connected with ladders anyway, so it doesn't really speed up the duplicant's ability to move around your base. It actually slows them down. It only gives them, like, more vertical carry for themselves. And seeing ladders can't be destroyed, like, they can get damaged, but they're never actually destroyed. Unless you melt them. That's about it. Like, there's no point for a jet suit dock. There never has been. But yeah, gassy moves are literally that on steroids, and they just constantly fall on that planet. So once you discover that planet, you cannot stop them from spawning. You can't kill them off in mass. You can't stop them from spawning, and they get absolutely annoying to deal with later. And it's like, yeah, I don't like gassy moves for that very specific reason. I know that the devs keep trying to do more and more tweaks to try to get them to where they're not, you know, a nightmare to deal with. But they're still pretty bad. Like, I love the look of them. I love the aesthetics of them. If they function like a puffed and they could reproduce, I'd be fine with them. But because they come in from space as meteorites, I can't do anything about them. And they're annoying as all hell. It's like, why? Why is this creature so absolutely useless? They even added a new system for Brachy, but it's like, it's not even worth utilizing. Yeah, I know. Like, quantum crabs is just annoying because they hurt my dupes from time to time, but they're not laggy. They just stay in one point and then I can leave them alone. Gassy moves, on the other hand, are just constantly an annoyance. There's nothing I could do about them. I kind of wish that you could utilize the... where is it? The Meteor Blaster to get rid of them. But it doesn't work on them for some reason. It's designed to shoot down meteorites. Gassy moves come in as meteorites. They're not meteors, though. So it doesn't count. And it's like, why? Why does this not work, game? I demand answers. Explain. I've done it in testing and it doesn't work, and I'm like, fuck. I had hope, damn it. I had hope. You gave me something to shoot meteorites out of the sky, and then you didn't give me the opportunity to use it on the one meteorite that I don't want. Also, we need to scoot you over there. Also, I did put Moisty in. We actually did get a pretty good dupe yesterday. They came with 7 in agriculture with green thumb, which means they're even more boosted. So, I was debating between putting you in Bopples or Moisty. I decided Moisty for now. So, brand spanking new fresh dupe. And the name pool. I always name my dupes after my followers and subscribers. I mean, you'll notice that almost every single person in here. We've got Bucket, Bear, Commander Hellshot, Ersatz, Frey, Grim, Infaust, Crazy, Keo, Primo, Lexreal, Proto, Prototype Gaming, Railsal, Robovin, Sandwraith, Skipix, Spoonwood, Super Schmidt, The Drunk Dev, Zhao, Zorbrick, Baby Space, Soul Cactus, Vern, Vinard, Yukibi, Rockthus, Ords, Neodus, Sheena, and Pub Howdy with Shiramato, Squiggly Potatoes, Jean, which is my personal dupe, Alia, or Giovanni, Mr. Pencil Sharpener, Roddock, Ricaria, Stella, Moisty, and yep, as always, next time. Whenever we get another good dupe. Yeah, I always do subscribers first, then I do followers and people who have rated me, and then primarily followers after that. Nope. Yuki, did you piss yourself because of the bathrooms again? God damn it. Ah, I need to fix that. One thing I forgot to do after we just had the game break completely. The game warned me and then didn't actually. That one. Yeah, I know. Everyone's gonna piss themselves. It's fine. Expected. You're teleporting too much water over, so the tanks got completely backed up again. I need to sever this. And clean that one up. Yeah, once I get the tank in, we're all good to go. Clean up the sides, that's fine. Get that in, guys. I'll actually give them a third toilet because it's like, screw it. I think they've finally got enough people here. We've got 5 people. You really only need 1 toilet for them all. But see, we are teleporting water, and I'm not actually microtizing it at this point. I'm just dumping it all over here. Like, probably a good idea to not fill the tanks. Sadly, there's no way to send an automation signal from this teleporter to the other teleporter. So the only way that you could technically do it is if I was to put a tank here and then send the automation signal all the way up here and use the automation broadcaster. I could set an automation broadcaster up to a tank and then send that information over to the main base and then send that off to the water tank down here. Well, actually, it would be better if I just plugged in an automation here and then set that up. AKA, it's kind of a pain in the ass to actually tell the other teleporter to stop sending water. So it's like, you're just going to have to do it manually. Unless your teleporter's near the roof of your planet. If it is, then it's easy. If it's not, then, well, yeah, it's not great. It works, it's just not good. But that's why we now have the plier tools, and, well, just microtize it, micromanage it yourself. Not much else I could do on that front. Do it yourself, it'll be fine. All ladders there. Okay, everything is safe. I don't have to worry about the game breaking at this point. Looks like everything's working. Check colony summary just in case. Yep, okay, everything is good. You need to add a bathroom. So, and a force pipe priority by utilizing bridges. They'll never break. Bridges properly, which is good. And fresh tank. Fine. Let me check my water here. Already refilling. You are still in. Good. Bathroom is not overfilled yet. Let me go check on Bridal. Oops, I need you to clean up the suits first. Suits are kind of a priority because you can't move around down in the side of the steam room without them. Not safe anyway. You need to add a pipe all the way up here. This up. You. Probably just clean the entire pipe there. Cleaning. No, Robo, not the quantum tunneling crabs again. One of you is doing it. None of you? One of you whacked him. Come on. Oh no, which one of you is attacking? I have no idea which one did it. One of them did it. Literally got whacked for it. Damn you, crabs. Oh well. Let's see. How's everyone's mining operations going? You're done. You're on the way. $47. It should be running out of power here shortly on the rocket, and we'll just re-land it. They're currently just in orbit, so. Running gym boxes without gym day feels like a huge chore. Absolutely, that's why I normally don't play unless it's gym day. It is always a hard rip on that one, but it's like, yeah. Like, we do Trove on, obviously, Wednesdays and Fridays for both gym day and Dragon Day, but it's like, yeah. Yeah. He's there. Did do suit. Oh, 9 priority. Let's see. My Spitzer. Hey, you hit level 1. Good. 19 more to go. And you can finally move around like a normal duplicate. I have them on a gym. Technically speaking, I probably could just build a regular gym for the dupes, but better off just utilizing them directly into the power system. At least until the volcanoes are properly active and we don't have to worry about steam and other problems. I also really need to get rid of this brine out of here. Hey, enemies here. How goes it? Yeah, it's 400 watts. Manual power is a thing that you can totally do. As I got stressed this weekend because they were told they only had a day to redo their tax info and work or with work or be fired. Oh God, that's terrible. TurboTax, go. Call them immediately. That's actually ass. Oh God. Are you alright? Have you actually successfully tamed the beast that is taxes? all my plastic there. Change from corporate to franchise, and I think the franchise was trying to get rid of us. Most likely. I mean, that is a thing companies will do when they do that. Yeah, it's not. Depending on which state you're in, if you're in the U.S. anyway, for work states can pull that, other ones can't. Oof, that's really shit. Why? That's actually terrible. I know. This has not been able to get food yet. They're currently doing all my building for me for some reason. They need the skill, but... Nature reserve again. There we go. Okay, Moisty, go get food. Thea, I am gonna actually readjust your priorities. I need you to help me build here. Oh, that's ass. That's terrible. Farming is high. I need your building to be max. Operating down, operating down, farming. Were you typing it in wrong? I mean, it happens. Getting food in you? Good. Keep an eye on his hunger there. Let me up these. Huh, that's weird. It could be just due to, like, I don't know, maybe IP, and it was just playing like, well, you can't log in from here, blah blah blah, and it was having some issues. Because that can happen, very rare, but it can. Ugh. Hopefully we don't lose too much hydrogen here. It is now, but it looks like your hours got cut. That's never good. I do hope it works out for you, though. It's always the worst. Ooh, spicy tofu. Like, never get that. I'm almost thinking I give it to these guys because they haven't actually had some spicy tofu like ever. Do that. Make sure the fridge can handle it. Talk with someone to see if that's true because I'm only working like 3 days instead of 4. Yeah, that's never good. Yeah, hopefully you get that sorted out. That's always, like, that's really bad. Especially when it's like, you're all prepared to do all the work and then just, congratulations, smack. Yeah. Yeah. I would definitely say start doing that. Nope. Idle toilets. Oh no. Thea, can you get to the toilet here? Hey, hey, bathroom. Bathroom, buddy. Bathroom. And to think of what I can do at home to make extra cash. Dutch could make an probably. Probably. Yeah, most likely. Hey, go to the bathroom. Use the toilet. You have the power right there. Like 3 feet from it. I'm like, dude, just go to the bathroom. It's fine. The pipe can wait. Maybe they're just trying to do it with other employees as well. I don't really know. And sometimes companies will try to do that stuff. Not much you can do to stop them. I'm going to hold off on getting rid of that. And we'll move the chlorine generator in there again. In a sec. Relock this one. Everything else here. Also, please repair that when you guys get a sec. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, hopefully you get that sorted out completely. Yeah. As if they are actively doing that. It does seem really weird, though, that they're reducing your hours like that. Especially if it's not been an issue before. That's normally never a good sign. We have our tile in there. Reserve is completely confirmed. The pipe is complete. Let's delete the one that has petroleum in it, and also think. Oh, okay. That still doesn't really explain that issue. Unless that person is, I don't know, maybe a superior? And even then, they would know not to do something like that, unless the company's doing something like a merge or something. Because that's something that's normally something that you see when companies are doing mergers or splits and stuff, and they don't really want to keep their employees as much. That's really about it. Okay, team. Clean up the petroleum. There we go. I have absolutely nothing in it, so we are perfectly safe there. Ah, then yeah, that doesn't make any sense. At least based on the information you provided, that makes no sense. Up these. Start moving in all of the water. And we don't have to worry about draining water from other systems yet. We definitely need to come back here though for experiment 52B. I need more resin because I need more I need more visco gel. Oh, nice. I do have to ask, what would be the worst thing that you have to cook up there? Which meal was the one that required the most amount of time? I bet it's probably something surprising. I have to ask. When it comes down to any grill cooks at any restaurant, I'm like, which one was the one that was the worst to have to cook up time-wise? The issues, morning crew never doing their job. Night. Oh, yep, night worker. Yep. See, why are you doing the ice for once? I'm actually confused why he's doing this when there's other higher priority orders going around. Yep. I think it's always kind of weird to me that, like, every time I've ever heard of any company problems from any company, because, again, I've been streaming here for a long time here on Twitch, and running into a lot of the night crew guys, it's always the morning crews that always seem to have the problems. Yep. Or they just, like, for, say, certain companies that do tickets and support tickets, it's always for some reason the morning crew that does like the least amount of tickets, and then the later teams have to clean up everything else. But they just get overloaded because of morning crew just not doing their job. It's really weird that that seems to always be like the case. And I've streamed in the morning when I get morning crew guys, and then they're just sitting there like, and no one else is doing their jobs. I'm just sitting here watching your stream because no one else is doing their jobs, and I'm waiting on stuff to come down the pipe to me, and I'm like, dude, that's... I'm seeing a pattern here, and it's not a good one. Like, and it seems like it's in every company. Stuck through it for a year, but continued to get worse, and our head manager was also the morning manager. Anytime it got brought up, it got shut down, and then even our kitchen manager for night was shut down. Those were not allowed to complain about it. Oof. That's an oof. But yeah, it's always been weird to me because it's just like, that's what I always hear. Even the morning guys, the ones that who are, you know, they pop in here, and they're bored shitless waiting on the other crew members in the early mornings to get their jobs done so that way they can do their jobs. And then when that doesn't happen, then it has to rest on like the afternoon and then the night crew, like evening and night crews. Definitely a problem. I think that's really a problem in any company whenever that happens. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, yeah, it's like I've worked morning shifts a couple times and I stopped because I would end up doing everything because the rest of the morning crew wants to mess around until the customers show up. Yeah, I've heard that a lot. Definitely weird. Seems like a pattern across all jobs. Like, at least as far as I can tell from EU and from NA, that seems to be companies always have to deal with that. Come in at night, begin working, and we discover things that were not prepared in the morning. Meats were not brought out to thaw. Oh my god. Not steamed, prepped, condiments were not restocked, fridge drawers, freezers were constantly not being restocked. Oof. I think the worst ones when, at least that I know of, when I was in my CCNA classes, some of the guys I know used to work at Wendy's, and their manager would not get coins. So half the time they wouldn't have any coins to actually be able to give out for change. So they would literally one of them would have to go over to the bank, request currency, and then bring in bags of the stuff themselves just to be able to keep the cash registers running. And I was like, my god, what the fuck? And it's just like, yeah, he's the cook. When the cook has to run out to go grab it, because he's the only one who has access to the drawer to go and grab the change, you're fucked. Mornings we'll try to do a full screen of orders at each stations. Fry mid-boil. Yep. Yeah, that seems to be the norm, rather than the exception. Not so great. Not gonna lie, not so great. Like, I'll be honest, I don't really give any workers any shit because it's like the only job I do is I do commission work, 3D work, and live 2D work. So I'm constantly having to interact with like 1 to 2 people per commission, depending on what it is. Sometimes I'm working with a smaller company, sometimes I'm working with an indie group, sometimes I'm working with an actual large-scale company. So that's it. So, like, I don't deal with that much. Mind you, I definitely don't get paid enough for some of the stuff that I do, but it's like, whatever, it's fine. Like, I don't have a regular job. I really don't. Sometimes it'd just be me and one other doing 3 areas at the night. Still have to do the morning crew job plus hours while trying to not fall behind on orders. Yep. Same. Yeah. Same. Got it. Look at this. I was trying to clean it, but being 24 hours means we aren't allowed to turn like anything off to clean. Oh, that's terrible. Well, if I remember right, all the places around here stopped doing 24 hours completely because of COVID. They have, like, because of how state mandates worked here, they had to do cleaning. Like, there was no ifs, ands, or buts on that one. It was just, that had to be done. And that was, like, everywhere here. Fair enough. Do the interior. We good? Yep, we're out of power. And you may land. Check out my dupes here. Stella has completed their digging errand. And Jean is almost there. No one's there to stop you. That's actually pretty cool. To be honest, stores definitely need to be cleaned at this point. And mostly for safety reasons, and for the customer's safety, as well as the employees. That's not something I would say should ever be skimped on. Oh, did I have? Oh no, I had some CO2 in the system. Oh well. Let me guess. Vern? Yep. Vern! And you moron. Fine. You get one more. Supposed to filter clean things at night and morning. Supposed to inspect before leaving for the day. Makers are always inspected by a manager. We've made sure we're restocked, refilled, cleaned from the floors. Dishwasher's finished before we can leave. But the morning crew had not held that standard. Most of the time would be gone before night crew arrives because they would be setting the schedule for one night crew to arrive before the rest. Oof. Now, for one person would do all 3 areas before the rest of them show up about 30 minutes to 1 hour later. Yeah, that's rough. Also, sorry, Vern. Did this to yourself, but I will give you the bed. Yeah, that's rough. Also, I would say never work for Kroger. Suck at work for. Gotcha. Sorry, suck to work for. Got it. I always heard good things for the one that was near me back in Texas, but then again, that one's the one that gets all the fucking, like, that's the one that got all the rewards, so I'm assuming that was the one that actually people cared about, including upper management. Okay, looks like toilets are fixed. Water should be distributing. Check Frido real quick. All be water. Burger stores are called Ralph's. Oh, gotcha. Okay, water solution has been completed. Good. So I need to increase nuclear production on every planet, which is what was the plan to do initially. We need this system on every little place. Yeah. Now the first one I want to do, obviously, is Butalin, because Butalin has all my petroleum. If I can get petroleum to be infinitely shot off of this planet, we can actually colonize Renellin. If we can colonize this place, we've got neutronium. That's there. I need this. Both me and my dad worked for Kroger stores, and we both hated working for it. Got it. Got it. I will admit, we're probably going to end up making a lot of sour gas. At least on this planet. It does happen when you're just firing randomly at it, but yeah, that is the thing. Let me turn off my excess water distribution system. What water are we sending anyway? Okay. Bathroom's starting to refill. I think we're okay. So I need to start preparing for more nuclear waste disposal systems. Which means this needs to be retargeted. We actually need to send this over to Talon. We need to send all of the nuclear waste, but I have to pretty much clean the dang thing out first. 36.8 kilograms. It was constantly unorganized. 30. I used to take videos to prove I was the only person cleaning the deli. Oof. Oof. That's... Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, no. That's rough. Yuck. Yeah, that's terrible. I'm just glad you made it through COVID without, you know, longer complications. That's always the worst part. Let me connect. Most of my areas have switched mostly to automated services. It seems like only workers I see at the store now is the butcher and stockers. So my area is self-checkouts now. More cashiers at the gas station and pharmacy. Yeah, we still have people here, like all over the place. The automated systems don't really work here, and a lot of the times they just get vandalized, so they don't use that. Oof. Yeah, that's fucking dumb. That's dumb. Nope. We're gonna get a mutant plant today. Please tell me we're gonna get a mutant plant. Come on. Zhao, you can do it. And nope, just an original. Paint. So mad. Yeah. That's just rough. And quite dumb, to be honest. Okay. You're retargeted to be Talon. Talon cannot utilize the water. So this is the bigger problem that I have to worry about. I have to take this pipe exit, drain the excess water out of it, just in case, and then send the nuclear waste with naphtha or petroleum to the lock system. Once it's taken away from me, I stopped all the assistant manager work and they're calling me lazy. It's like, okay, well, I'm not assistant manager, not my job anymore. After working there for almost 20 years, they trained them, but a few weeks later, someone else there and told them they were taking the position. Only had like 4 years of experience. Yeah, that's pretty shit. Okay, let me get this all nice and organized here. Yeah, it's pretty awful. Completely agreed, Sears. I mean, shit happens, but that's just that's a no. That ain't it, Chief. Really isn't it? That's that. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Rocket input is here. Which means I need an output able to connect to there. Redo this pipe. The promotion was for double the work, but for only like 50 cents more, so I declined. Before it became a franchise store, though. Ah, gotcha. Okay. So this needs to go straight up here. That's got to connect there. That needs to go there. That needs to go there. Yeah, soon to do with a lack of knowledge, knowing Spanish knowledge. That's my language. Since more than half the employees were Spanish speaking. I could see it. Though, I mean, if it's not on the job description that you have to be bilingual, then it shouldn't be an issue. It still could end up becoming an issue, but, you know. You do you, you do you. One there. Boom, boom, boom. I need backing panels. Base, drywall. What color should we use? It's nuclear. Normally I use green for these. You know what? Yeah, we'll just use pastel green. So, petroleum's got to get redone over here. We need clean bill down here. Yeah, we're going to need it like that. I also need 2 conducting plates. Direction are you going again? So, that needs to go there. That one needs to go there. Can you feel better? True. Yeah, it's always like the stupidest thing. Like, I was trained as a risk manager when I went to college, but it's still one of those things where it's like, yeah, you don't do something that dumb. Like, you're really incurring the possibility that your company is about to get sued. So it's like, don't do that. Like, trust me, I've read enough textbooks on that kind of matter where it's like, yeah, don't do that. I don't care what company you are, don't do that. There's a high likelihood you're about to get absolutely wrecked. And that's never a good sign. It's gonna take like a year and a half of legal, deliberation, but like, yeah, don't do that. I get all this nice and prepared. Gonna pretty much have all hands on deck for this for a little bit. I really need the petroleum to be able to be sent anywhere. That way we can start colonizing other planets very efficiently with infinite water. Worked at Panera Bread. I was the only associate who trained like for manager. We went. Oof. Yeah, that's oof. You train them and then they don't last there. uh, I mean, I would expect that. To be honest, I would say most franchisee, like food-based restaurants, well, slash fast food, most people probably are only going to last like a year and a half at most. At least just on the metrics alone. I mean, most of those jobs are just interim jobs until someone else gets in, you know, office work or I don't know, factory work or anything else. I think this is kind of expected. Not great, just kind of expected at this point. Exactly. I think if I actually got a position, what I was originally got my applied sciences for, my bachelor's, I would actually get yelled at by a CFO on a regular basis because I'd be sitting there in a room telling him, we can't do that, sir. That's not something we can actually do legally. Because that's 90% of my job description is the guy that says no. And then when I actually get to say yes, it's always a good day. Yeah. Two idiots. We're falling! No, you're not. You're still standing on the same tile. It's got changed to a different tile. God. I dupes, I swear. Okay. Let's get this thing properly set up here. Production panel. The bigger question is, do we want to actually utilize the conduction panel for these ones down here? We don't need to. We can. We just don't need to. Favorite stories this day was when I was on a Panera and they were understaffed, so it was just me and a different girl. When she found dark hair in her soup. Still worked at Applebee's. There was a girl who worked there for 3 years, was 1 year away from being 21, and legal to work as a manager there. And later on, a guy who previously worked there got rehired. And had prior experience, they chose to let him train, take the manager position, even though they were only rehired a few weeks ago, or giving it to them. The girl and I worked with were extremely pissed. And oh yeah, I wouldn't blame them. Wouldn't blame her at all. I bleached my hair, and the other girl with shaved head. That is actually funny, Sears. Like, I'm blonde, and she's shaved. Would you like to repeat what you just said, sir? Like, that is pretty funny. Not gonna lie, that's pretty good. Okay, so what I need to do is separate this, connect this, clear the build, no extra build components, and let the petroleum run through its actual route. Then I just sever here. Go. We can reuse this pipe for our nuclear waste disposal. My downside is we are going to be having a lot of nuclear waste that's just going to be sitting in this machine. So we're going to have a lot of nuclear waste just laying around for a little bit, which is not good, but workable. It's like for all my jobs though, because I've been in the food industry for like over 6 years, I could see it. That too. I mean, even as, like, again, technically I'm a freelancer. And even then, I can still run into customers that are absolute assholes. It's very rare. I think I've only ever run into like 2. They weren't they weren't complete assholes, but it was one of those like, I'm glad I don't have to work with them anymore kind of things. But it's just like, yeah, no, I'm good. I think the sad part's whenever you run into someone, like, again, I'm a 3D rigger. Whenever I run into somebody that has no idea, like, what my job actually entails, all they heard was, I can fix whatever their problem is, and then they show up, they throw the model at me, and they go, fix it. And then I look at it, and I go, what the fuck happened to this? Like, I've had a couple instances of that where I'm like, I'm just sitting there just staring at the model like, you got this from Fiverr, didn't you? And it's just, yeah, that's happened before. I actually have a folder that's just Fiverr like mishaps, and that's it. That's just the name of the folder. And there's 7 models in there. All of them in bad management, corporate jerks, just awful customer base. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I'm so grateful whenever I do run into a customer that actually just go, like, they don't fully understand how hard it is to actually do what they're asking me to do or how much time it's really going to take. And then they just start asking questions. Like, I'm fine with those kinds of people. Like, by all means, ask me questions all you want. I will point blank tell you to your face exactly why this is a problem. It's like, don't even worry about it. I will just tell you. The ones that think that they know what they're doing and then they actually show up and don't. And then they ask you why it's going to take so much time. Those are the worst ones. My customers also work in retail food and they get the struggle. Yeah. Like, I understand the struggle. Like, I know so many people that have worked in the food industry or retail over the years that it's like, yeah, no. A lot of the people that I was in college with, most of them were working in retail. So it's like, yeah, no, I understand the struggle. Like, I'm glad I've never really truly had to worry about that, at least as of yet. But it's like, I do understand it. Like, as I said, I don't like ever complain about a customer. Like, if they fuck up my orders or whatever, then I'm just like, can you fix this? If not, it's fine. like, you probably got distracted. Something else is going on. It's fine. I don't care enough to actually correct the problem too many times. Where's Petro? Should be on the bottom. Yeah, I mean, shit happens. It's expected. My order was fucked up and I still get upset because I know how it should be done and it wasn't done right. Again, it's fair. Like, normally, I personally, I will just patiently wait. You know, exactly. Like, I truly do not care. I will admit some of my family members, on the other hand, get very angry when it takes forever for us to get anything. And I'm just like, it's been 5 minutes, it's fine. I personally do not care. But sometimes, yeah, it has been an issue before. Where I'm the one who has to literally be the voice of reason, and I'm just kind of like sitting there like, it's fine. If we go wait in another line, it's going to take 10 minutes. So why are you complaining about it being 5 minutes here? I like we're robots and should be able to do everything perfect quickly. Yeah, that's the thing I never understood. Like, I truly do not. I don't really get that one because I'm like, yeah, people are trained roughly to a company standard, but You're not like people aren't machines. They're not capable of infinitely recreating the exact same thing over and over and over to a perfect degree. Like that's not how that works. Even machines mess up. Like they can still get the same time, but it's like, oh well, you could end up having a burnt burger because the thing just isn't lined up right. And you know, car parts like machining parts has problems. It's like this is not. It's never going to be the exact same thing twice. It can get damn close, but it's never going to be the exact same thing twice. I know some people really, really want that to be the case, but it's like that's not how that works. Up the priorities here. That is still warming up. Need to add 2 more tiles here. Should actually put a temperature chip plate here. I think we'll need it really. Do need to put some steel liquid vent there. Everything else is plugged in. We need petroleum and nuclear waste. Got mad at me once because I asked if she wanted this sauce multiple times, so I just straight up told her I have a medical condition that eats away at my memory. Oh, that's evil. I mean, I approve. Diffuse the situation, that's fine. But yeah, definitely a. Only had food sent back twice, and the first time they said their tenders were too cooked and asked if we could cook them less, even though our fryer is automated on the timer based on what you're cooking. We're not legally allowed to cook them for less than 6 minutes 30 since it was cook time based on the company policy. Yeah. That's the one thing I will never understand when people do that one. Oh, let me turn these off. We do not need that collecting right now. I'll have a dupe get shot in the leg if I'm not careful. Oh, fibromyalgia. Gotcha. But I meant, you know what I meant when I said, like, using that in such a more graphic terms to diffuse a situation. That is something that does happen. Let me angle that one. We need 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it would have to be here. This one needs to point that away. That one can be. So this one points into this. This points into that. Fires into the rocket. This one points up into that. This can be used to refuel the interplanetary launcher, which goes there. This one needs the off switch. Just trying to think here. Because this can just be rotated that way. This is off, then it will go to the interplanetary launcher. This one goes to the interplanetary launcher always. This is the only one that's going to be a problem. Second time was pregnant woman saying she thought she got food poisoning, saying she had undercooked chicken but had eaten every bit of the food first. When my manager came back to double check my work, they found nothing wrong with any chicken, and we even wasted about $20 of food ripping up the chicken and found nothing undercooked. Oof. Yep. That sucks. There, bread once. I got to inform the customer we don't actually make any of the food in store. Brought in, frozen, refrigerated, and we simply assemble it. Yep. The power of automation. Literally. Let me lower this one down so it can be in line with that. I still need this one to be able to connect with the rockets for refueling. That's my only issue here. This has got to be scooted. Temperature readers we use to ensure chicken, fish, and beef are adequately cooked. Yep, I think every place has that at this point. I'd be a little concerned if they didn't. It's hard to serve undercooked food unless you don't check your food before you send it, and I'm pretty good with checking my work. I would assume most people are, only because you don't want someone being able to come back and sue you for that. Or have the company get on the line for that, because that's never a good thing. You fired there, this needs to be booted. Even decorate the plates before sending it out even though it wasn't required. Sending out nice looking food. That's fair. This goes to that and fires up that way. Oh, here's the good news. We're generating plenty of power because I'm running 3 of these and they're not having any problems at the moment. Kind of surprised, but I'm also not so much because we do have a petroleum boiler and 2 actual petroleum generators, so yeah, I think we're good. Oh, I need to get everything set up here. Come on, dupes. Keep up the good work. Just need you. Yeah, I know it's gonna be hot in there. Fine. Expected. Okay. You can definitely run 3. That's not that big of a deal. That goes up there. I'm starting to think I don't need this one specifically. Need that one to connect to this to connect to that. This one can connect to that one, and that connects to that. Yes. For reference, this can fire into this. This can fire this way or this way. Connect to that. This one can't, though. So I need to be able to get... You can fire that way. You can fire that way. I think we're good. I have every I think I have every direction covered. Yes. I don't need this one. I just need everything else. That can easily hit the machine. This goes to this, which goes to that, which hits the machine. Both of those are covered for the rockets. This goes to this one, which goes to this one, and that refuels the rocket. Both of these can be turned towards this direction, and then that goes... Yeah. So I just need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 1. Okay, cool. Oh, I have to build so many recharge stations today. I know we're not going to get all the nuclear waste in. I just got to get everything else set up. Once we get all that done, we're good. I mean, hence the nuclear everywhere title for the stream today. Everything is infrastructure. I'll be very happy when this is done, though. Once this is complete, we can start sending petroleum everywhere. If we really wanted to, we could probably build the sour gas boiler and then process the petroleum here, and then send the methane everywhere for the natural gas generators. Both options are absolutely viable here. You 2 point that way. Keeps get around to building you. Point that way. Oh. Yeah, bathroom morning hordes. You finish that, play that, and then head inside. Yep. Lock that up. You point that way. Check, check. Okay, cool. That should be fine. So now comes the fun part. We have a tiny blob of nuclear waste right there and right there. You need petroleum put back on top of you and you. But I can seal this in now and add a little bit more nuclear waste. I'll be filtering, correct? Yes. Okay, cool. So we'll put in a little bit more nuclear waste, and then I'm going to connect. Let's see, we need 200 kilograms of petroleum. And then we should be good. Just need to make sure that this piece here is complete. Having some nuclear waste overflow here just a little bit. There we go. Some liquids. 200 kilograms. Easily be able to handle about 200 kilograms worth on this. So what we do is we want to separate this node and connect this up. We need exactly 200 kilograms. Just out of an abundance of caution. $90, $100, $10. I'll take it a minute. Because we are draining from our actual supercoolant. Oh, technically our coolant line. 50, 160. 70, 80, and blob. Go. And separate. Clean. And detach. There we go. What? John, what the what, dude? What the hell are you doing? The only spot in the entire base that you should never stand that has precautions built in, and you are stupid enough to do this. You've got to be kidding me. What the actual living fuck were you doing? We even have a safety mechanism double built into the system. Why the fuck are you standing here? You weren't even repairing it. Still copper here. What are you doing? What were you doing? like what the actual fuck? Oh, his face is all exactly. Emergency, please go grab the dumbass dupe. Completely turning on the safety mechanism. And Faust, please grab our resident moron. Thank you. like, please grab the resident literal moron. Like, what the hell are you doing? He's just incapacitated completely. We'll get the suit off of him once he gets back to the med bay. Dumbass dude. Unequip the suit. Dude. What are you doing? I'm injured. Okay. I don't care that you're hungry. Get to... You're not incapacitated anymore, by all means. I swear to God, sometimes these dudes are just dumb. He wasn't even repairing it. I don't know what he was doing. To add another layer just in case. Just for the time being. We'll refill the rockets later. I just don't want Zhao being an idiot while I'm doing other things. I'm pretty sure Dev actually is the one that keeps getting hit by crabs. That's fine. There. You get to bed. There. You ran into the bee. Let's see the bee population. Yeah, you did. Okay, that's fair. See that much damage and it's just like, you ran through the beam room again, didn't you? And you got absolutely ham-fisted by that. We'll move the suit back on up top. Excuse me. Well, we'll move the suit back on up. Now, why the hell were you standing there? You can be down here and repair this. Not a problem. I have no idea why he stood here, of all places. The only place you don't stand. Let me check pathfinding. You know what, Dev, you're out here. Give me a second. I need to borrow you. Go navigation. Yeah, there's no reason to be here. You could stand here and repair this. If he was repairing it. They weren't. They were just standing there like a moron. I'm like, what are you doing? Dude, what the fuck? Why? Why did you stand in the way of the Radbolt reflector? Like, if it was set for refilling the rockets, this would be a different story. Because then I'd be like, oh, he just got shot by, like, so many Radbolts at the same time while standing here. No. He was standing in the safety range. This wall is here as a protective just layer. You have to go around to get on up here. Unless there's an emergency, which then they will climb over it and actually get onto it. I don't understand why he just stood here like a complete... just long... Like, what are you doing? Not to mention, that takes 5 Radbolts. So he sat there for 5 Radbolts worth. We have a power overload? No. Water overload? Kind of. 118 there. I can clean up most of this using Keo, so that's not really a big deal. Radiant pipe. Huh. Yeah, I guess some of the water got stuck and steamed off. Like it's going in at -6, coming out at about 15 to 25. That's not terrible. Yeah, I have no idea how he got himself stuck in the safety range. What path? That's literally the first time I've seen a dupe just stand in the safety box and just get shot in the face. If he was repairing, he would have been down there, as you saw. So I'm like, I don't... Or even up here, actually, because they can technically reach it from this ladder. I have no idea. This ladder is here for a reason, so that way they don't stand on top of it. Or stand right here. Because the only 2 danger spots are there. That's it. If the dupe's head is at this height, they'll get shot in the face. If their legs are here, they actually can't get shot. And obviously, we have interplanetary launchers, so... Well, that's the ground right there. I don't know. I'm gonna deconstruct this a little bit. I want to see if he does it again. Obviously, we do have our triage cots near the roof, so it's technically a safe angle, but I have no idea what the hell my dupe was doing. I do agree, his face did say it all, but on the other hand, I'm like, why? Dupe. Why? Why did you do this to yourself? You weren't even repairing. I don't know what you were doing. I gotta check out the nuclear reactor here just in case. You're just running, no problem. I have no idea. Sometimes my dupes confuse the hell out of me because they make decisions like that where you gotta sit there and stare and be like, how? How did you come up with this plan to stand in the only non-safe zone? I don't get it. My dupes confuse me greatly whenever they make that mistake. Also, G, and you may begin the trek back. Well, I already got back, so we do need to refill Stella's rocket here, back at main base. How's water coming along? Oh, good. Yeah, whenever we get water shipped over, we should be able to handle it no problem. So, let's see. Bridal's safe now. Flipallen we can teleport water over. Drapola we can shoot water over now effectively. And retrieve it. So 3 planets are pretty much taken care of on interplanetary dispersal of resources. The big ones that we need to worry about, obviously, will be sending mass material to the water planet. Because the majority of this planet is purely water. There is nothing to build with. Drapola needs actual water. And we gotta get this thing fully set back on up. What are you guys doing on water front? So far so good. Kind of. And so far so good. What the? Oops, kill it. We had one escape. Okay. I am going to turn the safety mechanism on completely because I actually need to go use the restroom. Let's see if I get a good angle. You know what? Seeing the safety mechanism is on. There you go. I will be right back. Enjoy the pips. I'm back. Only I could keep the actual frame rate high enough. I have the compressed down all my other maps. Thank you. You also has been injured while we were away. Probably because they had to go in here and clean up the rest of this. Disable the safety. We should be okay. And let me keep adding our walls here. Eventually that just needs to be sealed up completely. That's good. Good job, dupes. Built. Nuclear weight. Oh, not nuclear, but enriched uranium. I'll kick that back on. This is down to 117. Done. Oh yeah. Yeah, they really nailed the music in this game. I've always enjoyed it. Every time that we get an update with new music, it's always really nice. Let me do 9 priorities. Back up here, because then that's gonna get loud. 1080 still. Okay. I don't think I can improve the amount of radiation. Oh no. I know. I know. Well, again, the biggest issue when it comes on to game development is a lot of the games that get made by committee do not focus the gameplay loops. When you're dealing with an indie game, the majority of the time is an indie game developer finds a gameplay loop that they like. They then make an entire storyboard around that gameplay loop and then build the game from the gameplay loop. If the gameplay loop is fun, entertaining, enjoyable, it makes a damn good fucking video game. If the actual gameplay loop is okay, then it's on the story to carry it. If neither of those are okay, then you normally end up getting games that are literally made by committee, or as we know them, AAA games. Because the majority of the time, they really don't focus the gameplay loop. The by the second game that is currently in the hands of the developer, if it's not fun for everybody, or at least for a wide enough audience, then it's normally not a good video game. But you can have a buggy mess all you want. Skyrim's still hilariously fun and enjoying. Like, it's a completely enjoyable video game because they focused the fucking gameplay loops and then focused the areas and built everything around that. Sure, at the time, it's actually pretty good. It doesn't age that well, but mods fixed it. You look at, say, like No Man's Sky. The initial gameplay loop, a lot of people just despised it. I personally actually liked it. I'm one of the few people that did. But the biggest problem with that one was, it was so buggy, you couldn't even enjoy the gameplay loop sometimes. Especially when they did a couple updates later that actually bricked certain things about it. At least for a long time. And it's one of those, like, yeah, that one's gameplay loop was completely just destroyed because nobody could fucking play it. Except for a very select few people that didn't have bugs with it. And then you look at, say, like, Call of Duty games. Like, any of them, really. And it's like, oh yeah, the initial games, like, say, Modern Warfare, or even, like, Call of Duty, like, 2, Modern Warfare 2, both of them damn good fucking gameplay loops. Then you get to like Call of Duty Black Ops and Black Ops 2. Literally designed around that entire gunplay. That's all it was designed purely around the gunplay. Which is why I made it really fucking good. And then everything after that, they just forgot the gunplay. Like, that's what it actually felt like, was just, they kept forgetting pieces, or omitting pieces, and then trying to make the game faster without actually thinking about the ramifications of doing so. That's why we get games that you can get an initial game that's really good, and then the sequel fucking sucks. It's because the publishers wanted to push the actual development forward without actually realizing that you need the game to be at that at a certain pace for it to feel good, for it to be entertaining, and for everyone as a wide net to enjoy. And that's what they normally forget about. That's what sucks, is because that's normally what happens. As time progresses, they try to make faster games, and then said faster games don't have the impact that the older, slower, methodical gameplay loops actually gave from the same series. I own 2 editions of Skyrim, but I think there are 4 to 5 of them. Dude, there's so many editions. Damn you, Todd. All I could say on that one is, damn you, Todd. Let's see here. What do we get from the printing pod? We got Steve, tidying, supplying, digging, interior decorator, night owl, constructive, Ari with farming, gourmet, absolutely not. Sorry, Ari, no. And gastrophobia with an operating dupe, caregiving, and neatly stylish. Not terrible. Maybe would have been good in like early mid game, I think. And it's definitely mechatronics engineer. Not too bad on the negatives. I don't need her now, but definitely early on she would have been good. But yeah, like the reason I like Action Not Included, and a lot of marathon-like games, you know, colony sims, MMOs, etc., is just a lot of those games do purely focus on their gameplay. Their by-the-minute gameplay is what matters the most. A lot of the times, a lot of the games where they try to either speed it up way too fast or just completely tank everything else, they aren't fun, enjoyable games. I think that's what sucks. Like, I'm all for speed. Like, I play Trove, for God's sake. So it's like, I'm all for speed. Speed is great. But you have to be able to make it so the player can feel said speed while still being an enjoyable interaction between what they're doing and how the character, like, evolves while playing, and how the characters are portrayed to the player. The reason I like Trove speed, the reason I like Warframe speed, MapleStory speed, even BDO, for God's sakes, is just the sheer impact and feel of each of the characters. They're wholly different than their counterparts, number one. And number two, different characters have different play speed. For better or for worse, it definitely adds more variety to those games. When you're playing like Oxygen Not Included, the speed at which the game goes is almost purely dictated by your own actions, your own decisions, your own constructions, and what duplicates that you choose, as well as the points of interest that you are interacting with on the map. It also does help based on maps. Thing we always do all random every time we do these, especially with Oxygen Not Included. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into on any of these maps. Like, this one turned out to be a very slow slog, just because Radioactive Ocean is a pain in the ass to work with. Add in the fact that we're dealing with a flipped asteroid almost immediately, it definitely did not help out the actual progression speed of my base. Like, 100%. It's definitely one of the slower playthroughs that I have done. And again, it's completely dictated based off of the map seed. And then my decisions ended up either speeding it up or slowing it down. Obviously, mistakes slow things down, fixes speed things up, optimizations make it better, etc., etc. That's how it works. You need to check this up here. Livable range 30. So he's got a little while to go. He is freezing his butt off, though. I will give him that. But yeah. It's one of those things where I always want a video game to be good. Obviously, that rarely happens, which sucks. But it's one of those things where, for those who are, you know, old to the channel or even new, it's just like, I always want a video game from any developer to be good. Because to be honest, when people are putting like 6 to 7 years of their lives into a project, and then it ends up being shit because of this or that, mistakes in the gameplay loop, mistakes in marketing, mistakes in just monetization, like game design like decisions that completely ruin certain mechanics, balancing issues. It's one of those things where I'm like, yeah, it sucks when your game isn't good. But the reason that your game isn't good is because you made a mistake. Somewhere along the line, you made a bad decision. Every game will have different mistakes in it. That's expected. It's just, if it directly impacts the feeling and playstyle of a game, then you're looking at problems. Now, before raked in $1 billion for a shit game that nobody wants to play now, yeah, the game, that one's just literally dead. It had over 9,000 people working on it. Like, almost, like, what was it? Was it 6 or 7 years of development time? And then they only really put in development time in, like, the last 2 years. And that was a mistake in management. That was just, you've got 9,000 people, multiple outsourced contract, like, development teams working on it. And nobody worked together on it. Yeah, they spent 100 million on it. And then they probably spent like 500 to 600 million in marketing. And then they probably spent another 200 million trying to market it even further to try to recoup the losses as it started to burn. And then they've pretty much had to put all hands on deck to try to save the franchise because it's not going to make them any more money because everyone that was going to buy it has already bought it. They've already hit their market cap. The game's fucking dead. Like, it's like, oh, well, we made $1 billion off of it. Well, how much did you actually make off of it after marketing? And then the extra marketing. And then the extra development for those seasons. And then the extra marketing for those seasons. Because marketing in the games industry is the thing that kills games. Like, flat out. Like, oh, well, we only spent, like, 50 million on the development of this game from a triple or double A, developer. And then the publisher drops, like, 400 million expecting to recoup it. And then they only make, they only get, like, 300 in revenue. And it's like, oh, no. Yeah, exactly. I also do not, like, as a MapleStory player myself, like a major MapleStory player, the fact that we have had so many AAA publishers as of late trying to push free-to-play without actually, well, technically, they don't push free-to-play. They push the freemium to play paid experiences, like paid video game. Those are shit. I will say it I will literally yell that from the top of the mountains. Freemium tile games that are paid, like video games, are fucking garbage. They've never been good. Ever. Not once. And it's just like, they took what Nexon created, which was a free-to-play model that was actually fair, and then they started to bastardize the living hell out of it because they realized that people, when they were like, oh, well, if we make the game free, then we have the widest net possible to get the most amount of people into our games. Which means if we make it pay to win or completely annihilate the process, instead of balancing everything, then we'll just make more money. And then when it came to the West, yeah, Nexon was the one who originally created the first free-to-play model. Black Knight, like, what was it, 1989 or whatever? I forget the exact date. They actually had a game before that, but when it was translated, it gets translated to Black Knight, and then then they had another game, and then they had MapleStory, and then Mabinogi. And then, obviously, DFO, and all the other ones. Combat Arms, etc. But it's one of those things where, yeah, I have almost 7,000. I have 41,000 hours of my life in Maple. I don't like that fact, but I do. But it's one of those things of, I have played MapleStory on 2 accounts from beta. I have been playing that game for 22 years of my life. Not a joke. But as things have progressed, and the realization that AAA publishers here in the West have completely fucked every avenue. And I mean this, they have ruined themselves by thinking that they can get away with doing a premium purchased game box title and then throwing microtransactions into those game box titles without going free to play. And then when they think that they can go free to play later, because the publisher's the ones making these decisions, they're dead. They literally have already killed their IP, their games have burned to the ground, and they have died like flat out. They've just burned every ounce of goodwill. If you make a game that's free to play, and you don't fucking annihilate it with just pure, absolute greed, your game will survive. Easily. Actually, it'll probably last longer than most of everything else out there on the internet. So you do have to think about keeping your game alive and updating it for probably the next 30 years. The problem is when the Western developer publishers go, we're going to make a game that's going to last 10 years. And it's like, is it going to be a paid experience? Because if it is, it's not even going to last like a year. It's going to die before that. Because there's no way that you're going to be able to put out enough content to be able to offset the fact that you literally already kicked the bucket. And when I mean the bucket, you kick the player base in the nuts for their wallets, rather than letting them come in and actually participating in the game, even if it's just free, but participating in the game, and then making the game, most likely, not solo friendly. Whenever you make a game that's not solo friendly and you try to make a forever game, kind of like Starfield and a couple of these other ones that we've been having more recently, you just end up with shit products. And there's really nothing you can do about it. It's like, your developers aren't going to be able to design features that will keep your player base engaged for decades. You need a game that can survive between periods where actual players will be playing your game, and then they will stop playing your game, and then they will come back. PoE does this because, again, PoE is a free-to-play game that has seasons. MapleStory does it because there's no seasons, they just do updates. Like, every three months we get a major update. Boom, done. And that's how they've always done it. Oh, no, this is your longest 2 games you've ever played. Combine the match with your MapleStory time, but maybe like 15 to 20 hours played each. Yeah, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. But yeah, for me, it's just like, yeah, I've played MapleStory for so fucking long. And it's really sad too, because I'm like, Maple is very free-to-play friendly. Like, it's actually one of the weirdest ones out there. I thought it was funny because, if anyone here or on YouTube ends up seeing this video, shout out to GriffyBit, but, the Itty Bitty Army community group, he decided that he would try out MapleStory again, and I just helped him get it back into Reg server. And they actually, like, Griffy actually lasted, like, about a month. Like, it was actually kind of funny because he was playing Bishop, because he was like, oh, I'll just play Bishop again. And we did give him warning, because Bishop actually is, like, carpal tunnel syndrome. Like, after the changes, Bishop is not something I would put on a list of, like, you'd want to play on a regular basis, especially if you're getting older. Like, if you're worried about carpal tunnel, don't play Bishop, don't play Blaster, avoid those classes like the Plague, don't play Aaron. Like, just don't. Your hands are going to thank me later. But it was really kind of funny because we all ended up playing a Reg server because apparently they played on Reboot. And I'll be honest, Reboot is not something that I recommend anymore. Reboot's the one where it's supposedly more free-to-play friendly than a Reg server, when in actuality it's not. And the sad part was we actually, there's a couple whales in the community that ended up playing. I gave them advice on what to spend because they were asking constantly, and they ended up buying a ton of stuff. And our free-to-play buddy, who has been still playing it, and I do help him out from time to time for his bosses, but it was really funny because he caught up to them on Reg server. He got out of them handily, and he wasn't even trying. And it was just like, I explained what not to buy, and they still went out of their way and did it. And then our free-to-play buddy ended up catching right up anyway. And I was just like, this is what I mean. Like, don't. Like, if you're gonna play MapleStory, realize that if you want to buy anything in the game, just buy some cosmetics when they're on sale, and wait for any sort of, like, actual cheap like packages to show up. You spend $10 and you're good for the next year. And then other people are like, but you could spend like all this money. And I'm like, to buy what? I just watched someone literally drop like $20,000 on fucking Maple, and our free-to-play friend caught up almost immediately. It's like over a period of 3 months is what he did. He wanted to keep his red, and it's just like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, I told you what not to buy, and you still went out of your way and did it. And then later he regretted it, but it's just like, oh god, what are you doing? Like, I get it, he has plenty of disposable income. That's perfectly fine. I don't care about the amount that he spent. It's the fact that he didn't listen. That's the part that was just like, dude, what are you doing? I'm telling you what not to do, and you're doing everything I'm telling you not to do. God damn it. Don't do that. Like, if you have someone that actually knows the game in and out, listen to them. Like, please. Like, just careful. OW2 would have completely died off if it was not free to play. Not for being free to play while holding Blizzard up. They would already be a dead company right now. Oh, I know. Well, it's also the fact that they got rid of Jeff Kaplan. Like, let's be clear here. Them getting rid of Jeff was just, Jesus Christ. Like, he was literally the reason that, you know, Overwatch 1 was even alive. And that, again, that's fair, Bobbles. I normally do Maple Story streams here on Saturday, mostly for boss stuff. It's been a while since I've actually done it because commission and then getting sick before that with bacterial bronchitis was really bad. But yeah, I normally do bosses before stream, and then sometimes I'll even do them on stream with the with my guild and just the community as a whole. But obviously, I needed to clean up the house today, so we didn't get that opportunity. I started at 2 because I'm like, 2 a.m. is my normal stream time for action included, so we're just going to keep with that. No biggie on that one. But yeah, it's just like, it just sucks though when you really think about it, because it's like, there's so many games that want to be Maple, there's so many games that want to be RuneScape, the forever games, the games that will literally stand the test of time, will forever have a player base at some point, because they are readily accessible, and they can be played by anyone, at any skill level. Those kinds of games are so fucking far and few between, because the main issue is you have to make it to a point where, as a developer, you have to think, what's my lowest level denominator, and what's my highest level denominator? And you have to really think about how you're going to balance your game around those types of players. Yeah, also, yeah, I saw the stuff with WoW. Yeah, WoW recently had the controversy because they added the cash op to even the vanilla version of classic WoW. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I do pay attention to Asmongold on that one. It's always kind of funny because I'll peek in on what he's doing when it comes down to, like, WoW in general. And my god, sometimes I'm just like, how the fuck is anyone still playing WoW? Ah, damn it. The nuclear waste is becoming a problem. A moment. We'll just use igneous here. How much radiation are we dealing with here in the core? Nothing too serious, but it's definitely something I need to pay attention to. That instead. Alright, dupes. Get that all nice and fixed up. Also, let me add 1 radiant pipe here, and we'll use gold as our transfer beacon. I think if I use aluminum, it might overdo it. Actually, need what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can do those 2 tiles. Can I snake some radiation protection? Here's some. I don't even get it. Like, that's the thing. I've played WoW before. A friend of mine bought me Wrath of the Lich King when it first came out. and I still didn't really get the or grasp the favorability to it. The gameplay loop itself is just piss. Like it's always been bad. Then again, I mean, it's a tab targeting game, and tab targeting games are not something I play, and it's not something I enjoy either. Like, if you don't have free aim, I'm just not content with your game. I did play on Bone Chewer, if anyone's wondering. I played Bone Chewer way back in the day, the open PvP all the time, all day, every day. And, yeah. Yeah, I know, Wrath of the Lich King was the most beloved one. That's because it did a lot of things right, and I still didn't really fully like it that much. Because again, my issue was the gameplay loop itself. So, even back then, during Wrath of the Lich King, it felt antiquated. Like, I think that's actually the worst part about it, because I'm like, if I had played Classic WoW, like the original Classic, when it first launched, back in 2003, instead of MapleStory in 2002, I may have ended up liking tab targeting, but only to an extent. Because the second that you start playing a game such as Maple, or playing even Mabinogi, or like Vindictus, BDO, any other game that actually fully functions without tab targeting, it feels so much better. Like, your character is so much more fluid, the gameplay loops are so much more balanced around the fluidity of movement, that it's just good. Like, your characters will feel good to walk around as, and play as, and fight as. WoW never had that for me. The only reason I enjoyed WoW was because of the PvP stuff. And even then, it was still very antiquated in how it played, because everyone was limited to tab targeting. Nowadays, I don't even know what the fuck they're even doing. Like, I've kept an eye on WoW, but it's hilarious seeing everyone just lives in add-on land. Like, yes, the cinematics were always good. That was the one thing, the cinematics were always good. Like, by all means. But, yeah, as of now, I'm just like, it's literally just add-on land. I don't even know what to call it besides that. Which is crazy to me. Like, what happened to WoW? Nobody plays vanilla WoW anymore. What do you mean? Everyone plays with add-ons. Like, why? Because no one really wants to actually memorize all the buttons, learn their character, and actually play it. They just press buttons and hope. It's very weird that it's turned into Simon Says. I agree with Asmund on that one completely. Like, can we just get rid of the add-ons? Maybe getting rid of add-ons might make the game better. I mean, again, it's not for me, so I can't really make my distinction on that one. Because again, I don't like tab targeting. I think tab targeting is, to be honest, I think it should have went the way of the dodo at this point. It was just died out long ago. Because, I mean, we can make Skyrim run on a potato. It runs on a fridge, for fuck's sake. Like, tab targeting requires, like, active gameplay is less intensive than tab targeting in certain cases. And it's really weird that that's the case. So it's like, why has this still survived to this day? That's the part that confuses the hell out of me on that front, where I'm like, I don't understand how this has survived this long. Very odd. Oh no. Wait, what? Hold up. How did we get sour gas in there? $10 kilograms of... From what? I just noticed I saw purple for a second and I'm like, wait, that's not supposed to be there. Not the pipes. Not that. Cable? No. Automation? No. They're made of steel. How? What? I am severely concerned right now because this is steel. Melting point 2426.9. Temperature 1044. It's not even close. It doesn't have an overheat temperature. The pipe? What is the pipe? Wait, how are you transferring temperature? Okay, 1 second. I am actually confused how this happened. That's an obsidian insulated pipe. 325. It's 325 too. Must have instantaneously flashed by a tiny bit. Which would explain the 10 kilograms. That's very weird. That's a very tiny amount of fluid. Oh, we gotta crush that real quick. Okay. Let's see. Sorry about that, Bubble. I'm like, what the hell? I guess the fluid inside of there, the tiny amount that was, actually did slowly overheat. That's very annoying. It's a tiny amount, but it is enough to cause a problem. I have to fix that. Let's see. Also took a break from WoW after Battle for Azeroth, skipped Shadowlands because of constant delays and setbacks. Returned to Dragonfight, but wish I didn't spend the money. I played for a week and was bored and quit again. Understandable. Many people that I was lucky I skipped Shadowlands. Yeah, I have somebody that only plays WoW, like on a regular basis. Like they're, like that's all they ever do, and even they were just like, yeah, no, that one was terrible. Like, yeah, that's fair. Okay, so I actually need to rejig you to you. Sorry, you to you. Separate that. Separate that. So we don't have this happen again. Just in case. This should hopefully fix it. We don't have any more accidental leakage. Also going to get really hot here for a second. Hate the add-ons as well. One of the ones I was okay about were the quest tracker, but now they've built-in trackers. Nowadays they have boss ability trackers, markers for all mechanics, sound alerts, and other timers, everything. And DPS meters, people flex and act like they did the most work because they had the higher damage. Yeah. Like, I'm fine flexing on higher damage DPS charts if you're not running an add-on that tells you exactly what button to fucking press. Like, seriously. The fact that they have, like, Simon Says add-ons is always the thing that's never sat right with me. Nope, Robo's fleeing. Damn you, quantum traveling crabs again. Kia's also been hit, and so is the others. Frodo, why are you standing there when I know you can stand here on you? Why? Of course. He also decided to do the stupid. Like, they could stand here. I already had a dupe do it. Like, I've always had my dupes repair from there. Because of the nuclear waste. Apparently, I guess Proto and Zhao just want to stand on the spot and get shot in the head for it. There you go, bud. Sheesh. Mogs attracts each boss encounter, rates each player the dungeon raid, and the guild recruit players based on statistics. Ew, that's gross. Yeah, that's just ass. Lol. But yeah, just in general, like, as I said before, like, making people, like The best way to put this is designing the game around requiring Simon Says is fucking stupid. Like, that's just dumb. If they had a fluid, non-locking system where you actually had to aim your attacks, you would never see that being done. Because you wouldn't be able to be pressing all of the fucking hotkeys that they're running at the same point while doing, like, combos. Like, look at BDO. There is no add-ons in that at all for that. I know that there is mods for BDO. They're not sanctioned, but there is mods. But it's one of those, like, you have to learn your fucking class. You must know your combos. You must be able to play to your combos. You also must know how to know when to grapple and actually take out a target. That is if your class is a grapple class. Same with like Maple. There's not really a DPS traits or anything like that. You just have to actually be able to kill the boss. But yeah, that's just gross. I'll top a mandatory moderate guild. Tells the leader who doesn't have certain add-ons and you must download them or you're not coming. Why do people even play that? That's fucking garbage. Like literally, that's actually garbage. If you're requiring a third-party asset to be able to be into a guild but make it work, it's normally shit. The only time I'm like, okay, that makes sense, is when the in-game login doesn't work, or login tracking doesn't work. That's really the only thing that matters in a guild for the most part. Especially if you've got like hyper whales and other shit like that. Especially in like WoW. Like, again, you can buy currencies in WoW, so who cares? It's pay to win now. It's always been pay to win. It's just now it's so open. It's pathetic. That's funny. But yeah, I don't really understand why anyone would even play a game that forces you to have to do that to be able to participate in raid content. Like, that's just dumb. Especially seeing it's not in the base game. Like, again, it's not in the base game, so what's the point? That's one of the reasons I never liked XVM for World of Tanks. Like, the only reason I ever used XVM, I always turned off the stats because I didn't give a shit, was because of the, it gave you two reticles. One for the server and one for your client. So you could check when your server and your client reticles lined up. But you could disable all the stats, you could disable everything else, and it was always funny when people would, like, call you out for being way too good. Because, I'll be honest, when you're a fucking purple unit coming World of Tanks, every motherfucking artillery on the planet will try to kill you because they're all running XCM. Every one of them is. Like, by default, they're all going to be running on stats, and they don't care if you're an actually okay player or a really good one. If they see any other color than red, they're just going to automatically shoot at you. It's guaranteed. The fact that that World of Tanks never actually fixed that issue, that was one of the few things where I was like, eh. I still get annoyed with it. But it's mostly why I only play, like, Frontlines in World of Tanks. Like, we stream Frontlines here whenever it's up, and we're actually participating. Oh, god damn it. What temperature are you at? 40 degrees, 29, 20, 40. It's getting too hot in here, I think. Probably need to remove the cooling on that, I think. Eventually, WoW will just be an auto battler like APP game because of add-ons. Yeah, probably. Used to pay close attention to a boss and watch his mechanics, preparing to do them seconds before it happened. Mostly tanked. Ah, gotcha. I used to do Shaman and then Marksman. But that was, you know, that's Ellie Shaman for PvP stuff. That was always fun. Probably should just stick a cooling loop to this thing. Oh yeah, I mean, if the tank died, everyone died. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. If the tank goes down, you're all fucked. There's no getting out of that one. I think I'm going to need to turn off the system and just actually rejig the cooling loop here soon. We need to be sending more nuclear waste, but the fact that we're overheating the entire thing is becoming a problem. Add a healer for a lot of content. Nice system for cooldown management. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember that being a thing for certain tanks. Remember, it wasn't... Yeah, Plague, Death Knight could do it, too. It was in a really roundabout way, but it was fucking hilarious. But again, I mean, that was, Wrath of the Lich King, Death Knight was OP as fuck. Way overkill. Way overkill. In a good way, but definitely was way over the top on that. You increase the cooling here. And probably add an insulated tile there. Demon Hunter. Oh, yeah, they added Demon... Didn't they add a Demon Hunter in Legion or whatever it was? Like, long after the heyday of Death Knight. Like, way long after that. Okay, so that should hopefully get that fixed. Yeah, I know it's hot. Have to bear with it, dude. Gotcha. My ethanol not getting cold enough? What's going on? Is it warming up too much up here? I'm trying to figure out where my cooling problem is. Because these do not actually increase the amount of energy and heat that they produce for the amount of rad bolts that are produced. So in theory, it shouldn't be overheating in this manner. Okay, I'm gonna actually turn them off. That's why we added all these switches in the first place. I need to remove all of the hot material. And we gotta be careful when standing on this tile and this tile and this tile. I don't like this one. Oop, you need to move. Okay. You can do the other two after this one. This one's actually safe. You need to move your ass over here. Immediately. Oh, go. Okay, 200 freaking rads in a very, very short period of time. Let's shut that door. IKEA does not go back in there real quick. Okay, so that's all nice and safe. These are all off, so the amount of energy that they're producing is dramatically reduced. These guys are still outputting energy. I still need them to run. We're just being extra careful because, again, we have a open nuclear core, so to speak. Thankfully, it can only affect a 5x5 around here, but yeah, we gotta be careful about that thing. sure we get rid of all the water there. Just need to slowly cool this little area down. This core will never cool down, mainly because there's so much mass, it would take forever for that nuclear core to actually cool down enough to, you know, do anything. I just have to be careful about all the gases around it and all the extra nuclear waste that's kind of hanging around and the extra machinery. Thankfully, this is actually reducing the temperature, so we can just keep these off for a little bit. We also have a lot of nuclear waste to transport to other things. Yeah, Kyo should be fine. They're extremely nuclear resistant because they are also a glow stick dupe. So they come with 33% automatically. They really just have to go to the bathroom twice and then they're good to go. With Microsoft in the transition to take over Blizzard, it could change for the better or worse. But it was worse once Blizzard North left before Diablo 3. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, a Radiation Eater. Damn it. I wish Radiation Eater was actually good. It's not. I really wish it was, though. I think I'm going to actually call the hatchling in. We do have a pay with a green thumb, but they don't have anything for farming, so they're kind of off the list. But I could technically spawn in a hatch over here and just kind of leave him alone. I do know that the poke shell will eventually fight everything here, so it's not really that big of a deal, but I'm okay with at least spawning in some stuff to help the dupes when we come back to this planet. Please don't tell me anyone's in the core. I just get a radiation warning. Okay, good. Core's still safe. Must be near the bees? Oh yeah, all the bees are asleep. Yep. Yeah, that'll do that. That'll definitely do that. Now, always pay attention to your radiation warnings. It might not be anything, but just always double check, just in case. For anyone that is going to be playing Oxygen Not Included. Number 1 rule, pay attention to your warnings. Don't ignore them. If the game isn't sending warnings, then complain about the game not sending warnings, because it's kind of ass. Okay, good. We have plenty of uranium. And can you explore that gas planet you mentioned earlier? Oh, you're talking about the water world, or are you talking about this hellish place? Because this one has no mass that I can build on, and it's all water. Over here is my entire steam core, which I really need the volcanoes to start going off again, so we can fully utilize them. Oh, wait. Did they actually finish the pipe? Oh my goodness, they did. Yeah, no, that's not a gas. It's called it's meh. It's not a gas giant or a gas planet. It has what's called gassy moos on it, and gassy moos are annoying as hell to work around for very obvious reasons. And sadly, it's not a gas planet, but it is. It's over here. You can see the little icon for the gassy moos right there. But, yeah, this place is mostly chlorine and natural gas. It's the moo biome. If I can find them in my little critter codex. Here they are. These guys. Little is currently known about gassy moos due to the alien nature and origin. It is capable of surviving in zero gravity conditions and no atmosphere, and is dependent on the second alien species, the gas grass. Sorry. Yeah, the gas grass. For its sustenance and survival. The moo has an even temperature and can be farmed for natural gas, though their methodology of reproduction has yet to be discovered. Moos are extraterrestrial critters that feed on gas grass and excrete natural gas. When domesticated and fed, they can be milked for brackine. Brackine is very, very strong, but you can make it utilizing just sleet wheat. So there's really not a reason to go for the gassy moos. Yeah, it's kind of in a really weird spot because brackine as a whole can be actually processed into superplastic. So, and yes, it is absolutely natural gas from cow farts. Like, we have flatulent dupes. They do release natural gas. That is a thing that is in lore. I don't have any bases set up to handle those kinds of duplicants, so we don't have them. I have thought about doing a base that's only flatulent dupes. It's not exactly a good idea, it's just could do it. It would be purely memes. That's about it. Exactly. It's also the fact that they're laggy as all hell. Like they're a very annoying species to like work around. I do not enjoy like building stuff with them at all. The hell place is what we're currently building everything for, actually. So the main goal right now is to build these little replenishment stations that I've been putting everywhere. Main reason being is that we need radiation to refill rockets, because we use nuclear rockets. Thankfully, we use nuclear rockets because hydrogen refilling is a pain in the ass. So, when building these little refueling stations, they're all centered around my rockets. To an extent, yes. One of the main things that you have to do on this planet specifically is you pretty much want to build a cooling core unit, and then you want to just pinch or pump all of the magma out of existence. There's so much of it that it's almost... It does feel wasteful to throw this much crap into space, but on the other hand, it's such a nuisance to clean up that there's really no other point than to just say, we'll just vent it into space. No biggie. Any piece that doesn't have a backing tile that gets what's called space exposure, it just vents straight into space. I've already done that over here in Flip Allen, and this has taken over 1,000 cycles. All of this was magma. Magma and obsidian. As you can see, we're slowly cooling it down. This takes forever. Like, just to put this in perspective, that's almost 1,000 cycles old. That one's over 1,000, and that one's even older. So yeah. Doing it in the normal way of cooling it down is very slow and tedious. Sometimes you have to do that. Like, say, if you're cooling a planet's core, you can water blade your way in, which does work. I've tested it now. This playthrough definitely works. But obviously, when doing it through normal means, such as this, it is a very slow and tedious process. You can use nuclear waste to do it, and nuclear waste cooling does work very, very well, especially with the more changes to nuclear waste as a whole. The bigger thing, though, is for like cleaning up this upper crust here. All you need to do is when I put duplicants down on this planet, we're just going to pinch pump all the lava out and just dump it into space. That's it. Once we've got a nice clear footing and we can actually build a base here, I'm probably just going to build a base like up here. And then what we're going to do is I'm probably going to build a nuclear coolant loop here. Once I get nuclear waste in onto this planet, we're just going to dump it here and then let it rise on up to the top, freeze it out, and then let it drop back down. It deletes heat very fast. Give it some realism feel. It would definitely take real humans a long time to deal with this. It does take a long time to deal with magma and hot targets. Anything that like is this pink red, like, yeah, no, you're gonna have to do some extreme engineering just to clean this up. That's always how it is, and Oxygen included. Like, it's a pain in the ass, but it definitely gets the job done. Nope, fleeing again. Robo. You just nicked? There you were. I think that's actually a bee hit them. Hold up. 4 points of damage. How old are you? 0, 1. I think one of the bees may have quantum tunneled and hit them. It's hard to tell. Normally a poke shell does more than 4. It's a slight nick, so it's not bad. Now let's check temperatures. Oh, yeah, that's frozen already. Yeah, this is what happens when you need to cool it down. You just turn it off for a second just to clean it up. It's pretty effective. I can probably turn off all of them just for a little bit and let the whole system cool down. Obviously, the core won't freeze out or anything. There's no worry about that. I just want to get it down below like 50. Dev, no, not you too. Okay, that's definitely the crabs hitting them. That's annoying. Crabs, please stop bonking my dupes. I don't need that. I really don't. It's very frustrating. Okay, well, on the other note, let's go get Stella to target a new planet. That recharges in 10. That is available. We're going to send them there. Target. Go there. Check food real quick. Oh, she's good on food. In launch sequence when you're ready. Should be good to go. As mods to add additional places to explore, so when you do reach the end, you can add more. Maybe even begin a whole new game just to explore a mod. So there is modded playthroughs. There's a lot of them. The hardest one I've ever done was the Absolute Zero playthrough. Definitely a bitch and a half to do. There's a metric fuckload of mods for actually not included. We don't actually use any mods here because I want my actual playthroughs to be playable by you guys for YouTube and for Twitch chat. Once this playthrough is done, I will be making a Google Drive with a direct link to this save, and I'll put it in the Nightbot, and I'll put it on the time-lapse that I'm planning on doing for YouTube, and also the final episode for the series. These are all modless playthroughs at this point for here on Twitch, mostly because I do not want any conflicting mods to cause problems for actual saves, so that's the main reason we don't use mods here. I have streamed doing mods before, but then I never included them into YouTube because originally I was just like, I don't really care if I used my YouTube for recordings, but then, you know, my subscribers here on Twitch and a lot of the people that show up regularly, they were all like, you should definitely put these up on YouTube. So, I mean, I did end up doing a bunch of like asking questions in my Discord for a while, and eventually we came to the conclusion that screw it, everyone wants unedited, actually not included episodes. So all of these go up on YouTube, completely unedited from start to finish. Mistakes and all. And bugs and all. So, if anyone ends up actually fully watching the entire playthrough from start to finish, you will see every single bug from the last 2 years that we've had to run into or get fixed from Clyde. Thankfully, it's all there for everyone to mess with. Like half the trove mobs are broken. I only installed 5 or 3 of them don't work, even though they're popular mods. Yeah. It's like Chronix, fucking the boss tracker, and Auto Easy Happy UI. Those are the 2 that are like the most important for me in Trove. Because it makes streaming, the information a lot easier for everyone to read instantaneously. I don't have to pull up stats, hover over anything or anything like that. It's just like, here's all my stuff. Chat, you're welcome. Like, I don't even use it for myself. I literally just use it for you guys. Like, yeah, it does look good. I will give it that. Aesthetically pleasing mods. Definitely up on the bar on that one. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about any like confliction on that one because it's just like that's an MMO. I don't have to worry about a map save, so I can run all the mods I want. I just use boss locator now. Not so much for the dungeons, just wild. Oh yeah, just the wild bosses. Yep. Just do a cleanup on these. Okay. That's all working through that. There's my petroleum filter in case we do get petroleum in there. I do need to up their priority on farming. Taking a while to get around to doing it. I mean, all of this is completely automated, so I don't actually need the dupes to touch this. I just want them to touch it so we get more seeds. Like, we can get more out of it if they actually help. Hey, can you handle all of the plants? There we go. I think it's all sleep. It's already a seed, so we kind of need all of them that we can get. No. Actually out of power? Yeah, no, we are actually out of power on that. Oh no. Wasty Main. I need him to get on the wheel. Damn it. Oh well. He'll get around to it eventually. Alright, water for oxygen is completely stated. Food is perfectly fine. I need to come back here. Let me check on the temperatures real quick. 53. I need to actually just inject heat into this chamber. Main resources above ground and water? Most likely. I mean, again, Mars is going to be a nightmare in real life to actually colonize. Or even just build a base on it. It's like, yeah, no, that's going to be god-awful. By every metric. There is no solution from that other than pain. Like, wholeheartedly, that's never going to be fun. I pity any astronaut that's actually going to go. Like, seriously. I really do. Okay, I need shine bugs. There it is. And you need to be 1 kilogram. This also needs to just be critter eggs. At a high desk growth. I'd still go. It would be awesome. It would be very boring. I will be honest. Mars would not be a fun place to be on. The moon would be more interesting. Just because you're technically still in space because there's such a thin atmosphere. It does technically have an atmosphere. It's just so... We're talking like barely like a dust atmosphere. Like, it would suck. Going to Mars would suck. It would not be a fun experience. For anyone involved. Okay, all the shine bugs are up and about. Critter drop off. Game, not there. Alright, so more than one craft, just so they have a start base. Well, most likely the entire first portion of it will be automated. Everything will be done with robots at the beginning. And then that way you can fully, like, build a base out. Mostly all inflatable, like, you know, giant structures. You then cover it with all the Martian dirt you possibly can to reduce the radiation. And then go from there. Should be agriculture phosphorus. Yeah, it would. Setting up a base on Mars would require literally probably maybe 50 rocket launches in total. You're talking about sending over support robots, You're talking about sending over lab equipment, habitable zones, habitable base constructions, most likely orbital, like an actual orbital space station type machine, specifically to be able to render aid on the ground, and also where you would put your astronauts initially. Is you'd want them to be in orbit around Mars first. Then you would want to bring them down to Mars. That way it's safer, and you don't have to do it in one go, like we did with the lunar system, like, you know, with landing on the moon. And then after that, you would need to be able to send supplies to be able to start doing both experiments and possibly figuring out if it's even possible to grow plants on Mars. Most likely it isn't. Not without serious filtration. Like, it's flat out, as I said, it's a nightmare. Very much a nightmare scenario. And not in a good way. I literally just need to get a shine bug to be tamed. And then we should be okay. We're probably going to have to wrangle both of these guys. It's possible to do it, maybe. I think the biggest problem with growing anything on Mars is just down to the radiation itself being a major problem. Well, that's about it. That and also the acidic soil. I think most of it is rust. It's like here, which is terrible. Like, has to be cleaned before it can be utilized effectively anyway. Anywhere where there's red dirt, you gotta worry about that. Oh, you can actually just collect water from the atmosphere. And also, you could probably just utilize the oxygen from MOXIE systems, which is just extruding O2 from CO2. Oh, God damn it. Realization I gotta do this again. Because of all the bugs that we were dealing with. I think this is the third time we've had to rebuild this. Just because it just keeps having problems. Not a fan. Not a fan of bugs. Especially when it's some stupid stuff like this. Now, it's getting people there safely and then building everything else out properly. That's the hard part. I mean, you can see it here, and actually not included. It's hyper simplified, but or even KSP. It's a pain in the ass. Like, colonizing another planet is a absolute nightmare. I had 5 tons of plastics that I could take with me on a rocket and not have to care about the weight, I would absolutely do so, because then you can just use that to protect you from all the, like, actual radiation that you're going to have to be dealing with. And these little bastards can handle 100 rounds a cycle. Easily. And that's, like, fully absorbed. Yeah, exactly. There's your problem. Getting them back alive. Yep. Based on current rocket fuels. That's roughly about it, yeah. Okay, let's get the doors in. We did before. Heavy what wire needs to go away. Well, somebody did that. That wasn't exactly something I would classify as a government-issued thing that NASA's done. Or any other government, for that matter. Now, I will admit, it is totally viable to send a car into space. Is it worth doing? No, not really. Oh, whoops. I need you to connect there, and I need a conductive wire. Branch it over. Like that. As I said, some of us don't think that's really worth the effort. The only interesting thing is that car is still up there. Yes, that one was very cool. That one I will give full credit to. That was very, very good. But it's not like we left a car up in space. As a species, we didn't do that. It was one man doing that, like a, well, moron, kind of. Technically speaking, it was also used for testing paints in space, and some of it has actually survived, which is very weird, because normally that wouldn't. I guess you can somewhat classify it as an experiment. Not a good one, but an experiment nonetheless. I need a buffer gate, I need a critter sensor. I believe it's still in orbit. It was already match speed for a standardized orbit, so I think it's still up there if I remember right. It probably won't come down for like 100 years. Unless we go and retrieve it. If I remember correctly, it is actually easily trackable. So you can probably go look it up on Google and see if it's still up in the air. Nope, getting a toilet warning. I need that door installed. Come on, guys. The Roadster is currently in a heliocentric orbit that crosses the orbit of Mars and reaches a distance of 1.66 AU from the Sun. So yeah, it's still in orbit. It's literally still in orbit. Yeah, I know. I had to go look it up just in case. It's like, yeah, no, it's still in orbit. It's still flying around. It's actually still tracked. That's funny. I'm kind of interested to see if the paint on it survives another 5 years. I mean, who knows? It might. Probably not. It's in a heliocentric orbit, so it'll be perfectly fine for a long time. Oh, narcoleptic nap. Oh, their stress is... Sorry. Their stamina is at 4%. It didn't matter. I was like, that's very rare for me to start a narcoleptic nap. Only because the way that I have my dupes set up that are narcolepts, they don't get actual bedtime. So they just run until they're like negative staminas. Yep, and they run until they're exhausted. So you don't ever have to worry about a narcoleptic nap unless you make them stay over by like 2 cycles. Then you'll see it from time to time. But narcolepts literally run forever, so you never have to actually put them to a bedtime. Or give them a bed for that matter. Flies with it and destroys it, NASA or someone else would better post a video. Oh, agreed. I mean, I'll be honest, the only, like, what was the last satellite collision that we had was when China did it. Because their navigational system didn't actually connect properly, and them and a Russian spy satellite collided with each other. I think that was, what, last year or the year before that? One of the satellites almost hit one of the Starlink satellites, but Starlink satellites easily detected it and got out of the way, no problem. But theirs almost didn't. It's like, oh no. Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was China's satellite that ended up colliding with a Russian one. Which, don't get me wrong, I'll be honest, it was pretty funny when I heard about that one. Because everyone was like warning them that it was on a direct course for like a week. And then it's just like, no, the Russians didn't want to admit that it was a spy satellite until after it exploded due to the collision. And China didn't want to admit that their satellite was actually doing that maneuver. So it was just kind of like the ultimate like cock up in space. And then when it actually happened, they had to take responsibility. And it's like, oops. Yeah, we may or may not have collided a satellite. This could have been avoided, you know. You could have just told each other that you had 2 objects in orbit that were somewhat heading towards each other, and they both didn't want to admit it until it was much too late. No, job of watching orbits of debris would be boring. It's all done by a computer. At this point, it's not even like an issue. Like, people can watch the orbits all they want, but it's like all the actual orbital debris and like object tracking is all just mapped in real time by computers at this point, so it's not even a problem. And most of the time, they get literally like a week's heads up before something might collide with something else. It's actually really, really cool, but yeah. Yep. It's just up to each nation to, when they're told that that's going to happen, to inform the other nation that their stuff might collide with each other. And when they don't, well, then you get what happens. Again, I believe it was last year or the year before. Can't remember fully when that actually happened. It was really funny when it happened, though, because it's like, everyone was telling you guys, we could see your stupid, like, flying debris. Like, stop trying to just make stupid mistakes here. Nah, it's better to tell everyone involved. Like, flying space debris is not a, like, laughing matter when it comes down to, like, space safety, but it's like, yeah, no, you always tell everyone on that one. I don't care what nation you are. Leaving random crap to collide with each other in space and then still have some stuff flying around is just dangerous in itself for other satellites. So it's never worth it to not tell one of them. Also, the fact that everything is so easily trackable in space. Not even funny. Okay, Stella's currently en route. Oh, looks like our Fullerene asteroid is ready to go again. Let us check printing pod first. Oh, Pipex. Yes! First, though, we have a narcoleptic grease monkey with operating 16! But they can't dig. Bonnie, I would take you if the pip eggs were not in this lineup. I would absolutely take Bonnie. 16 operating. They're a narcolept. I love narcolepts in this game because they run 24/7. Problem is they can't dig, but they do a grease monkey. That is insane. They're literally coming right out of the gate with 16 machinery. That is one of the highest dupes I have seen. I think the highest I've ever seen was 19. It was 19 research. And I still don't even know how that happened. Yep, exactly. God, that dupe is insane. Problem is, Pipex. Mainly because... no, you shouldn't be the one in there. I actually need pips here. I need them here badly. So, yeah. That actually sucks. If pips were not in that lineup, I would have taken Bonnie instantly. I could send pips over manually, but it would be a tedious and annoying process as of current. With the new update, that will be infinitely easier, but the update is not out yet. So, it's not. For reference, there is a new rocket type, rocket module, that allows you to transport one critter per module piece. When that update happens, infinitely easier to get pips around and actually help me with everything. As of current, that is not in the game. It's only on the beta branch. So, yeah. Not so good. What's my red's output right now? Not great. I was up to 300 degrees. Actually need to turn that off for a bit. Where is it? I need radiant liquid pipe. Deconstruct that one. I get my pastel green. There we go. Keep one over there. Like that. Now I will say this. I will be moving the ladders away. That way my dupes don't accidentally end up going across the radioactive 5x5. This would be dangerous once this gets enough. It definitely will not be safe for dupes to stand next. And I think I only have a glow stick dupe here, so probably not be a good idea to do that. Actually, let me do it like this. We'll add that in. And we'll separate this. We're going to pour out some petroleum here, 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 and here. Once that's all done, we're all good. And I do need to scoot this button over. That way it'll all be nice and compacted. Nuclear rocket ideas already. Drawn up which can boost something to a fraction of the speed of light, and solar cells that can do the same but faster. Yeah, well, over time. Solar sails are actually an amazing principled idea over distances that are, you know, technically incomprehensible. The biggest problem with the solar sail, though, is slowing it down. Because, technically speaking, you hyper-accelerate in one direction due to the actual solar winds, and then as you approach the other solar system, it's supposed to be out to reduce the actual amount of energy that's required. But most likely, if the other sun doesn't actually have enough output of solar wind, you're gonna have a problem. Like, say you're going from our sun to a brown dwarf. It's not going to have enough mass being ejected from the sun to slow the solar sail down at the same ratio that it was accelerated. That's something that has to actually be taken into account. Which is always kind of funny when you think about it. Like, you can be sped up extremely fast from our current sun, And then you're going to another place that has less light and less actual solar energy being ejected into space. And then you have to, you know, use chemical rockets to slow yourself down. Or any other sort of propulsion system. Drywall, 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 drywall. Okay. Well, that's what I mean. You'd have to do it much faster, or you'd have to reduce the amount of energy that's required. Well, the amount of energy that you've already built up. So you'd have to turn off the solar cell for a while, and then slow down, and then slow down again when you enter the corona, like, radius of the other solar system. It'd be a major pain in the ass, to put it bluntly. It'd be neat, but it'd be a major pain in the butt. We can get rid of those now. I just need petroleum on top of these. Now here's the bigger question. Did that get rid of what we needed? Or is that stuck? It's stuck. Oh well, that'll freeze out so I don't have to worry about it. Okay, first things first. I need radiant aluminum piping. Like there. You to you. You to you. You to you. And then I need you guys to deconstruct this one. And we should have enough coolant. No, we don't have to worry about it after this. I will need to put more petroleum into this line, though. Which means this will need to be connected here, then I'll just disconnect it once we've got enough. Wonder if we'd ever be able to track the weak radio signals from the sail, even if it did arrive in a new solar system. It would take forever. Like, if you're going based off radio signals, that would be pain. Most likely you would have to use, like, actual light transmitters rather than radio signal transmitters. That'd probably be the only way to effectively discern its current location. Because our current radio signals they're, oh man. Even the ones that were done, like, when radio first existed, it's still taking it forever. It's also slowly scrambling over distance, too. One of those kind of nutty things when you think about it. Clean that pipe up, that pipe up. Connect you to you. I need to deconstruct this and construct that. Oh no! Ah, I had nuclear waste land on it, didn't I? Yeah, shit. Okay. Oops, just deconstruct this solar panel. We'll rebuild it. Nuclear waste gets everywhere. It really does. It leaks out of everything. It sticks to everything. And it's just an absolute nuisance. But it's really, really, really useful. It sucks, because stuff like this happens. Dude, don't pick up the glass. You should put that back. Okay. I reconnect that pipe. Like that. That's all nice and connected. Let me connect this to this. We'll refill our cooling loop. And then we should be good to go. It's fine, we don't really try to send anything just because of the time it would take to get there. We'd have discovered something better. We could pass the first thing we sent and arrive before it does. Yep. It's actually the one thing that sucks about space travel, is that we could send something now, and then in 50 years, we would be able to catch up to it. and then pass it. And then all the work would have been a waste for the most part. Other than saying that we could do it. Mapping out our solar system was like the last big thing that we did as a species. We could send something over to Pluto, though. Or like Neptune or Saturn or Jupiter or anything. Just any of Jupiter's moons. Which is what we've been doing. But it's one of those, like, sending something outside of the solar system just almost isn't worth doing. Until we get better technology or more stable composites. I check temperatures here. Be dipping down soon. Okay. Pretty good. Yeah, this should slowly fill this out once this crosses this point. And then we should be good to go. Okay, so we're missing about 14-ish. 140 kilograms roughly of petroleum, and then the loop is completed. That's about right. Oh no. I should have paid attention to that. One sec. I was more paying attention to everything else instead of the crude. It's going to take a while for it to convert. It will eventually convert everything. I completely spaced it for a second. Why are you not... Hold up. Why are you not running? You were actually in material form and activated. Okay. Weird but sure. I need to flush the system. I just realized I was like, wait. The auto miner already dug up the piece, so it should have activated. That's why I was not paying attention to it. Now, hopefully this doesn't explode, but we should be okay. Three, two, one. Oh, we didn't. God damn it. I was trying to get a little bit of lava through. I hate when this thing does this. The auto miner actually already deleted the tile that was there. And I just realized, I was like, wait, the tile's actually gone. We've frozen out the phosphorus. Well, that's good. That comes. There we go. Okay. That's what I was worried about. I was like, that should be working, because I'm pretty sure this is already reactivated, right? Yes. Yes, it was. I hate the fact that instinctively I was like, yeah, my volcano should be active by now. I could plug the crude oil back in, no problem. I see magma. And the realization, oh wait, the natural tiles didn't form properly. Crap! Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Ah, damn it. Transferring temperature. Slowly but surely. Yeah, it's 20 years to reach Jupiter, yep. Yeah, at current speeds, yes. probably need to superheat this a bit. So we'll probably have to leave the crude oil alone. Can I come in here and mop that up? Yeah, it's going to have to be superheated on up a bit. So everything in here is going to have to be about like 400 degrees. Anything close to overpressure? No. Whew. Oh, that's good. I had a complete brain fart and was like, wait, why is my natural tile not formed? Why is the magma not flushing? No, the system... Damn you, Robo-Miner. Like, ask another agencies the budget. There's ways to reach Pluto in weeks. Maybe. Well, they've actually had a pretty good budget before. The problem is they didn't have enough people. Not actually that many people who go into aerospace sciences. And don't, you know, end up in, like, Northrop Grumman or Boeing. I said that for sleep only. Auto wrangle surplus. Main priority. Let's put dense buffs because they're the only ones not there. Okay, so our crude is refilling. Water is refilling. Yeah, this will be over the amount that we need. I probably need to actually swap out this tile as well with diamond. Is that reachable? Yes. Tyson likes to say they only have the budget when profit is involved or war motivation. And for a while after the Cold War, the budget was cut to 0. Yeah, that's true. It was. That's very accurate. It's just, you do have to remember that there was actually not as many people to actually be able to put onto projects that needed to be done. Like, you need a budget, you need people, and you definitely have to be able to run both of them at the same point. And yeah, let me get that tile in there, and that should hopefully speed up the process. I hate the fact that I totally just brain farted on that one, where it's like, oh yeah, we can totally do that. Magma should be good by now. No, it wasn't. It was not prepared. The system was not flushed. Mistakes were made. Annoying mistakes. Annoying, stupid mistakes. I just wasn't paying attention to it. I was more focused with getting other systems online and getting our nuclear radiation going, because that's actually kind of more important at this point. Because we need both the petroleum to send off and the nuclear waste to deposit and utilize for the infrastructure to send materials off. If I have neither of these, then, well, we can't do anything. If I have one and then the other, well, we're also kind of screwed. Damn it. Should have absolutely paid attention to that. I just didn't. It should drain a little bit more efficiently. Get those temperatures. Can I come in here and do anything with that? No. Yeah, I should have paid attention to the magma. I may need to actually just put an alert in here. If I put a temperature sensor like right there, and it's just like, oh, there's nothing happening, and then it gives me an actual warning, that'd be a good idea. This is where we may have a problem. Okay. We're gonna go up to... You know what? Let me up that to 415. Yeah, the system should work. As long as it doesn't break 2K, we're fine. Getting very close to it, though. Yep, there it goes. That should immediately start flashing that. Come on, you. Okay, it's below the threshold. Nope, still above the threshold because it keeps pouring in. Super Collider in Texas. Oh, yeah, we did. Yeah, it was friends. They're massive. The Hadron Super Collider. No! Damn it, bear! Did you get attacked by every bee in the entire thing again? Did you wipe my entire bee population, you bastard? God motherfucking damn it. Not again. He's done this twice now. It's only because of save loading. Bear's not always targeted, but sometimes he is, and it's super annoying. But all the bees are dead. Thanks, bud. Again. Fuck it. Can somebody come retrieve the idiot? Thanks. He's even in a suit, too, which is even funnier. Because this shouldn't happen. He's in an Atmos suit. He shouldn't be targetable by bees. But because of a bug, literally, with the bugs, whenever you save and load the game, your dupes have a RNG number attached to them, and some of the dupes will just get RNG targeted by the bees. Even when they're in the suit. Because notice, he's in an Atmos suit. He shouldn't be targetable. But because of the way that the bugs work, it's completely fucked. Oh, it's not the fact that they're smart, it's just the fact that we're dealing with fucking a very annoying mechanic. Because it's like, congratulations! Your dupe should be able to enter this room while wearing an Atmos suit because they can't be targeted by bees. Well, congratulations, we added an RNG roll number that just happens whenever you save and load the game. When I save and load the game and then put Bear back in this room, he's not going to get targeted. It'll be one of my other dupes. The funny thing is, it could be another dupe on another planet that's nowhere near the bees. So that you'll never even know which dupes are actually being targeted by bees, unless you were to just teleport them all in the room, save the game, watch which ones get stabbed, then reload the game from the previous save, and you'll notice that all the dupes that were being targeted before are no longer being targeted, and now it's new dupes being targeted. And it's just, it's so dumb. Like that mechanic should not be in this game. It really shouldn't. Yeah, it's just, it's really, really, really dumb. Like, it is a really stupid mechanic that's just never been fixed. I don't think it will ever be fixed. I know you're hungry, buddy. Yeah, let's clean this up a little bit. I need to drop all the crude out. Well, I think we can work with the thing being damaged for now. Yeah, we can definitely work with that just being damaged. Be fine. We're going to start pouring regular crude in and then see if there's any other pressure points that will end up shattering or start taking damage. That should keep the ball rolling on that. I can also probably lower this down to like 8. We'll do 840. Should be fine. People who made this game and the people who made Universe Sandbox should collab and mash the game with the Universe Sandbox. Nah. Kleiser is still working on massive updates. As I said, we've got a massive one coming down the pipe here soon. There's no reason to go that far. Besides, actually not included, it's a already solid fucking game. Doesn't need any more scope than what it's already got. The only thing that we do need is multiplayer. That's about it. Like, no joke, that's literally the only thing we need at this point. Hopefully that should be able to push the crude to the corner. When the annoying part comes, we're doing the rest of this. No, so each planet, as noted, can actually be run simultaneously. So if you do multiplayer, you would only have, like, player 1 would only have so much control over their own dupes, and then they have their own printer. Player 2 would have a different planet in the same system, and then they would have control over their dupes and their own printer. There'd be really no interaction between each other, at least for the initial portions. Once you start allowing space travel, that's when you start running into where one dupe could go do something else, but if you end up blocking it so that way certain players can interact with certain buildings, like you can be like, okay, cool, so your dupes are visiting, but you can only utilize my atmosphere docks and my fridge, kind of. You won't be able to interact with the building or build anything if I don't choose to. And then they can also utilize the room system to designate areas where other players can build, and other players like areas where you don't want them to build. Because they already have like a room-based system. You could actually probably designate zones using that system. There's a lot of options that they have that they could totally utilize for multiplayer. That's why I said, like, that's really the last thing I can think of that is pretty much on the scope scale for what probably should be done. I have no idea if they'll ever do multiplayer. But they have the baseline components to do it, if that makes any sense. They totally could do it now. Also, temperatures have resumed. So I'm going to turn the entire particle accelerator back on. There we go. Exactly. That I don't think they would ever add PvP to this game. There's no point. Someone would probably mod it in at some point, but it's like there's really no point for that. Well, exactly. That's what I mean. It would. I mean, to be honest, if someone wanted to try that, I could just send nuclear waste directly at their base and then start like overheating everything. And if they come over here and poke this, their dupes would die in the process. Because the dupes would have to be in range to open a hole here, and then they would get irradiated until dead. It would just, oh no, they've been dead. Never mind. Like, I don't really think anything else. Maybe they could poke a hole here and be annoying. That'd be about it. Oh, they could poke a hole in my steam room, but this wouldn't really decompress that much. Even the nuclear reactor, it's pretty walled in. But yeah, I wouldn't see PvP in this game. Like, multi-colony simulations between multiple players, yes. And that would be very, very cool. I don't know how they'd be able to pull it off, though, with the current like network coding that would require to do that with the amount of simulations being sent back and forth. Unless everyone's playing on the same map tile like what we currently are. No. Thankfully, the crab can't do They can only interact with biologicals, aka critters and dupes. So they would never be able to actually interact with any of my industrial equipment. Not in that way, anyway. It would never be a problem. For the reactor? Main risk for the reactor would be overpressurizing. That's about it. If the amount of steam pressure in here hit over 150 kilograms per tile, this could overpressurize because it would not be releasing nuclear waste, and then it could go off. About it. I can run this a lot higher if I really wanted to. I'm barely even utilizing the reactor. I'm just using it specifically to generate nuclear waste. So we're running it on low power mode, and that's it. Everything is actually weight controlled, so I can increase the amount of uranium that is actually being sent through. And the entire automation is just a bunch of timer setups with filter systems, like a full filter system. That's about it. This is just the brain of the reactor. This is the supply of the reactor, and all we're doing is just going for nuclear waste. Mostly I want this. I need to make that bigger, and I also need to send more nuclear waste to other planets. I love redstoning in Minecraft. It's great. One of those ones where I'm like, ah, oh, it's so good. I need so much more steel. Ugh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I still have to admit, though, the names that people came up with for certain devices that you can build in Minecraft with redstone still kind of just confuses the fuck out of me, but I don't know. I would say call me old-fashioned, but on that front, I'm definitely not in that bracket. Not yet anyway. But it's just like, oh yes, you would like to build a T flip-flop, but I'm like, a what? It's just like, oh god. Literally a primary component of standard fucking redstoning. And just a hopper clock. Hopper clocks are literally like the backbone of most builds. Oh yeah, absolutely. I still gotta say world eaters are my favorite thing to build. And any Minecraft world. They're just one of the more fun ones. Oh no. I think Twitch just had a moment. Twitch, we good? No, no we are not. Twitch, no! God damn it. Shit. OBS, we good? Nope. OBS has lost complete connection. Damn you, Amazon! Oh well. I shall wait for Twitch chat to return. I think we're gonna have to call it here, because it's looking like we're already hitting the point where Twitch is becoming unstable again. Oh, we made it 4.5, well, almost 4.5 hours. 4 hours, 22 minutes. That's really good. Technically another semi-long episode for me. I'm sorry, YouTube. I really am. I know how much you guys like. I know you guys actually do like long episodes. I have noticed that a lot. But yeah, even for me, I'm like, it takes me what to upload a 4-hour episode. It's 5.5 hours to get it uploaded. Not exactly a fun process. But yes, we will get this fixed. As Lee noted, I made a massive fuck mistake, and I will definitely get this one fixed up for you guys. No problem. It's just going to take me a bit because I need to filter the crude oil out of the petroleum boiler before it starts causing another problem. I think we're slowly getting connection back. Maybe. Come on. Come on, OBS. Live, damn you. I need to give a proper outro to both the YouTube people and the Twitch people. Yep, looks like it's okay. Just waiting on OBS to reconnect. There we go. Gonna throw that in chat. Now it's still being sent and received. So that's good. So yeah, OBS is still receiving chat. Pretty sure OBS is dead. Oh, I should say the connection to Twitch from OBS is dead. But you know what? Screw it. Let's just do the outro here for you guys on YouTube. I'll give the Twitch guys one once it fully reconnects. But yeah, obviously this was done on Saturday. Sunday I normally do VR days, so no stream that day. Monday you guys should be getting all the episodes. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. This one will appear on Friday if the uploading process doesn't go haywire. Sometimes does. If it does, then you may see this on Saturday, but most likely you guys will see it on Friday morning. But for now, let me hit that. I'm gonna drop a save. We did get to cycle 2,670. I get that plugged in. OBS is still trying really hard right now. Let's see if OBS can still keep tracking ONI here. Nah, that's not. Oh well. I hope that everyone has a good weekend when you see this video. And also, hopefully I will catch you guys next time. We are getting very close. As duly noted, today was doing all of the nuclear infrastructure, at least on Butalin here, and then getting everything set up so that way we could start sending petroleum to other places. Obviously, dupes being dupes, making mistakes and pulling my attention away to deal with the absolute wiping out of my entire bee population. Thank you, Angry Bear, you bastard. And also getting shot in the face by completely ignoring the safety rules. But, what can you do? Gotta save your duplicants, throw them in the med bay, get them back up with the health, and scold them for a bit. Not that big of a deal. Definitely kind of annoying. But, next time, we'll probably, well, not probably, we are going to fix the petroleum boiler, and then probably do the next actual radioactive setup. And hopefully by then, we'll have enough petroleum to be able to send everywhere, and I will probably need to increase my water production here on Butalin. That way we can just use more of the water back into our system for the actual petroleum. Once that's done, we're all good to go. But for now, take care guys, and have a good one.